Is this thing on? Hello? Taps the mic. Are we here? Unmuting the stream on my second monitor. Okay, there's a bit of a delay, but that's fine. Hello? Warning? What do you mean, warning? I'm getting a warning. Stream's current bitrate is lower. Gotta love technology issues. Hold on. Hello! Hi, gang! Welcome to the stream. We're already having tech issues. YouTube wants me to put it at a higher bitrate, so let me just... What do you want from me, YouTube? Okay. You're still giving me a warning. Well, I mean, we're live, right? Oh, it says good. YouTube wants money, yeah, for real. Hi everyone! Hello! Welcome to the live stream! Welcome, welcome, welcome! 20-second delay is gonna be the death of me, but it's alright. We're here! We made it! We made it. My PC has not combusted yet, so I think that's a good sign. I am good to go. Let's go! Alright, hello everybody. Welcome to the final live stream. Well, not the... Welcome to the celebration live stream. I say final live stream. Welcome to the celebration live stream for Cthalia. Thank you all for joining. Setup is so cool. Thank you. I made it myself. We are here, we are live, and we are very nervous, but we have got this. Before we start, I want to quickly give a special thank you to everybody who has made this stream and this novel possible. I want to, first of all, say thank you to my parents for, you know, being okay with me, for being okay with me, you know, doing this and basically claiming the living room space for the late afternoon and evening. And thank you to you guys for showing up. I really appreciate it. I hope that, you know, you guys enjoy the event. Thank you to my editors for making the novel release possible. And yeah. I also want to give a spoiler warning for Cthalia, obviously. Hi Echo, I'm your biggest fan. Hello! And I love you, random citizen. I want to give a spoiler warning for the book. If you have not read Cthalia or plan to, we will be covering some very big spoilers in this live stream. So I want to say most of the spoilers are going to be discussed during behind the scenes and the Q&A. If you haven't seen the schedule for the stream, that's posted in the community page of my YouTube channel. Spoiler warning, BRB gonna go read the entire thing real quick. I salute you. Godspeed. But yeah, and there will be a QR code on the next scene once we start, going over the stream stuff. That should hopefully work. Hopefully. Is that your persona in the office outfit? Yeah, do you like my drip? I made it just for the stream. I got it tailored by the notebook. So yeah, TLDR, we're going to be talking about a lot of spoilers. If you haven't read the book yet, or you plan to read the book, or you haven't finished reading the book, that is your warning. So just, yeah. Friend on Issa, if you can hear this, there should be a chat option, like just right on the side of the stream. I see it on my YouTube page. I don't know if you're on your phone, but you may want to pull it up on a monitor or something. Echo sews now. I do. I sew with a stylus and a tablet. I sew with pixels. All right. Well, I think that just about covers it. If at any point in the stream the audio is imbalanced, just let me know. I have chat open on a quote-unquote second monitor. It's actually my dad's tablet that he lended me. Once again, shout out to my parents. Y'all are the true goats of the stream for letting me do this. And also, forgot to say this, thank you to Stream Cafe on Spotify and YouTube, who made the background music that we'll be using for pretty much the entire stream. Really cozy, comfy lo-fi. I love it. So go check them out if you like any of the music. It's really good stuff. All right. Well, with that out of the way, let me open up the PowerPoint, the slideshow that I have prepared for this live stream. And then just go to 1 and turn this on. Yeah! Welcome to the live stream! I'm just watching to see the delay. Okay, delay's not too bad. Delay's not too bad. Got the stream open on all my devices like a pro. I'm taking over all of your devices. Even your television. I'm going to be on your TV. Gotta love a PowerPoint presentation night. Yeah! So, welcome to the stream. Once again, I sound like a broken record. But hopefully, I'll get better at this as time goes on. Wait, that design is so cute. Thank you! Hi, Alice! Not Cthalia, Alice, fan Alice. So, we've got a good bit of stuff to cover. If you saw the schedule, you probably already know sort of what's coming. You're on my TV literally. Hi, Allison! Hello! I'm waving, but I don't have a camera, so just imagine my little PNG tuber waving at you. Okay. So good to see so many people in chat. Thank you all for showing up. This means a lot. My goofy little live stream. But yeah, right above my head is the QR code that I was talking about. It should work. I tested it. It should work. But if it doesn't, there's also a link to the book in the description for anyone who hasn't read, as well as a link to the Tumblr and the Discord if you're not in it. We have a lot of fun times in Cthalia Cord. So we do have a little bit of a table of contents for the stream, which again, if you've seen the schedule in any of the places that I posted it, you already know what's coming, but, probably smart to go over it again just in case. First off, we'll be covering the contest winners and showing the prizes for those. Next, we'll be doing a behind-the-scenes segment where we look at, scrapped projects, cut scenes from the story, design changes, the beloved process, the good old process of things. Just tested the QR, it works. Sweet. Glad to hear it. After that, we'll be doing a trivia quiz, which all of you will be able to join. I will be offering a sketch to the winner, the first place. So I hope you studied up on your Cthalia lore. And then we'll be taking a 5-minute intermission, just so, I can take a breather and so that I can prepare for the next segment, which will be the editor's segment featuring Cheesy, Melting Chaos, and Voidling Duck. Cheesy and Duck are in the chat right now if you want to say hi. And Chaos will be joining us later. After that, we'll be doing the Q&A with fan-submitted questions. If you were in the Discord or on the Tumblr or on the Toy House, you probably saw the post for questions, but if you happen to miss that, I will also be taking questions in chat if we have any extra time during the segment. So if you come up with any other questions or, just write them down, save them for the segment. And then after that, we will be discussing what is next for Cthalia. What the plans are, if there are any. So make sure to stick around till the end of the stream if you want to see that. All right, let's just go right ahead for Chapter 1, the contest winners. Really is a book stream, yeah. So we got a lot of really lovely entries. I've compiled a couple slides to just show them off. Thank you so much to everybody who entered the contest. It means a lot that you participated, and trying to judge winners was difficult. If I could give everybody a prize, I would, but, if I did that, it wouldn't be a contest, so gotta make some tough calls. It's Nori. I thought it was Nori. I couldn't tell because, you didn't have Arcus or, any of your OCs as your icon, and the surname threw me off. But I didn't want to assume. I'm so sorry. I'm such a bad friend. Hi, Nori. Hello. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. Yeah. So, we also have a few more entries from Kel, Issa, and B. I'm just gonna let Issa's animation play a couple times. Hi. Hello. So we got a lot of gorgeous entries. Thank you so much to everyone who entered the contest. Yeah, I love your PNG tuber. That's so cute. Thank you. I hope you guys don't mind me talking to you intermittently between things. I like to talk to chat. If I get too distracted, feel free to just let me know, but I don't know. I want this to be chill, and I want to talk to you guys because I appreciate you guys so much. I think Echo likes Issa's animation. Well, I wanted to make sure that it played, but yeah, everyone's entries are so good. Yeah, everyone's entries were amazing. We also have this lovely, beautiful disqualified entry from Cheesy, disqualified for being too lore accurate and too just amazing. It was too amazing. I couldn't comprehend it. So I had to disqualify it. And I will let me pull this up. Hold on. Because I need you all to witness peak. I need you all to witness cinema. So are we? I need to change to this. Okay. And let me pause the music so that we can watch the lovely animation. Why did I get disqualified? Because it was too peak. It broke the meter. It broke the peak meter. All right. So let me make sure this isn't too loud. Here is Allie's lovely entry. I needed to share it. For anyone who hadn't seen it, I needed to share it. So now you have seen. Now you have witnessed it. Thank you once again, Allie, for making such gorgeous garbage for my contest. Oh, why are we... Okay, there we go, now we're full screen. Oops. Hold on. 1 second. I don't know why we jumped ahead. Let me just, Oh, we didn't jump ahead, I'm stupid, okay. My brain saw second place and went, oh yeah, 2 comes after 1, so we missed the first place slide, but no, we didn't miss it. Okay. Now I should just be able to monkey press button and switch my stream scene back. Hi Mom, I'm failing my SAT for you and Alice. You'll do great! It's okay, you can take 1 day break from studying. I put my heart and soul into that. I can tell, it just oozes passion. Okay. Moving on. Second place. So we did not meet any of the stretch goals for prizes, so we have a second place prize and a first place prize. Second place gets the pop art full body, second place gets the pop art full body, first place gets the full scene full body. Now, drum roll please. Our second place winner is Cal Bunny! With a gorgeously emotional piece of Hugo and Shin from chapter 30 of the book. Thank you so much for entering. I really appreciate. I really appreciate all the people who entered, but I want to just thank you. Thank you so much. And your prize will be DM'd to you after the stream. So I don't think Kel's here, but I think they said they'd be on later, so I'll Kel, if you happen to be listening, I will send you your prize after the live stream is over. Thank you so much for entering. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. All right. Yes, everyone appreciate Kel's beautiful Ocean art. Okay. All right. First place. Our first place winner of the fan art contest is, drumroll please, Voidling Duck, with an illustration for chapter 15 of the novel where Alice uses her enchantments. Thank you so much for entering, Duck. Here is your prize. I will send you the full quality after the live stream is over. Congrats! Thank you again to everyone who entered. I really appreciate, all of you guys entering the contest. This was a difficult judge, but, congrats to the winners! Yeah, let's everybody look at Duck's lovely OC. This drawing was a lot of fun to make. Both of the prize arts were a lot of fun to make, but gonna explode and die. And revive for my segment. Thank you everyone complimenting the prize art. Also, 20 viewers. Holy crap. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this drum. All right. That out of the way. Obsessed with Jester as the Joker card. Yeah, I tried to put details into the prize pieces. That was a last minute ad, but I was like, you know what? That'd be cute. I should do that. The strum. Strum. Hi ho! Wait, I think I missed if you said hi in chat earlier, I completely missed it. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to say hello to everybody. All right. With the contest winners out of the way, let us move on to chapter 2 of the live stream. Excuse me. Which is the behind the scenes. We'll be talking about a lot of the cutscenes, scrapped projects, beta designs, and hidden secrets. Strum is my first word here. Hello, hello! Oh no, I'm sorry, Avery. It's okay. The VOD will be up after the stream is over, so you can always watch back the parts you missed. Excuse me. Yeah, the VOD will be up, so yeah, come back later. There's fun stuff later. Gonna sneak my AirPods down. Podcast time. Yeah, behind the scenes. Woo! Clappies! Yay! Can I get some claps in chat for behind the scenes? Yippee! Don't scold me like a puppy scorned, they say. All right, let us begin the behind the scenes segment. Woohoo! So I wanted to talk about like a lot of the hidden stuff that I did, because I intentionally hid a lot of things in I intentionally hid a lot of things in the official art, in the the Spotify playlist, hid some things, because I love like hiding symbolism that people may not like catch, and then I get to yap about it on the live stream at the end. So one of the hidden hints is the order of the authors. I actually put a lot of hints to this in not only the official art here, like you see, but in the book itself. When I did the Wonderland countdown, I released the pieces in reverse order of who comes into the notebook. So, first was Alice, then Hugo, then Shinran, then Gretel, then Louise. So I counted in reverse because the start of the book begins with Louise and then goes forward. So these are so pretty. Thank you. I'm still very happy with them. And then in the book itself, the order that the faction leaders were introduced is the same order that they came into the book. So Alice met Gretel first, and then she met Shin, and then she met Hugo. So that order was intentional. I know a lot of people were theorizing about, like, a lot of people were surprised that Gretel was the first one Alice met. But that was done intentionally, not only to, you know, give us that scene of Gretel first, because another thing with Gretel is I intentionally wrote her very minimally in the story so that, you know, the scenes that she did show up had impact. So not only did, like, I kind of have to introduce her first, because otherwise you probably wouldn't see her until infiltration, but, you know, I wanted to have this hint. Those outfits are so fire. Thank you. Let me just check stream delay. 1 second. Okay, delay isn't too bad. Sorry about that. But yeah, so I hid a lot of clues towards the order of the authors. I don't know if anybody caught it. If you did, good job. If not, that's fine. Like, don't worry about it. I wanted to talk about it. Next, another hint, which was a little bit more vague. I don't think anybody really looked to the Spotify playlist for, like, story hints. But it does have a few songs that allude to, you know, character arcs or, like, major story beats. The most notable of these is, if any of you in chat, I know some of you in chat have played Slay the Princess. Louise is referred to throughout, or no, on Alice's skirt, you know, there's the mention of the princess. And Louise is later, like, she refers to herself as the princess. So the most notable hint that I put directly in the Spotify playlist is the track The Princess from Slay the Princess in Louise's section. This is like a direct shout to Louise being the mentioned princess. But again, this was really vague. I don't think anybody looked to the Spotify playlist for lore hints, but it was there. It was right there, in case anybody did look. And yeah, you should totally check out the playlist on Spotify, by the way. I'm really happy with it. There's a link in the Discord server, and there might be one on Tumblr too. I don't remember, and I think there's also one on Toy House. But yeah. Take a shot at how many times Mom says princess. Sorry. Reading the final chapter and then going to the playlist to listen to Goodbye to a World was a peak experience. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the playlist. Slay the Princess reference. Yeah, there's a couple Slay the Princess references in the playlist. For those of you who were there for the reading of chapter 33, the final, like, actual chapter in the book, where we meet the notebook, I played a track from Slay the Princess during the call. It was, I believe, Shifting Mound Movement 2. And Slay the Princess actually, specifically the writing for the shit, like, Slay the Princess is a huge, okay, shout out to Black Tabby Games, right? Slay the Princess is a huge writing inspiration for me. But most notably here, the writing for the Shifting Mound, I was very inspired by that for writing the Notebook's dialogue. Because it very much had that poetic, larger-than-life, sort of incomprehensible entity. So Slay the Princess did end up being, like, a minor inspiration for Cthalia, just with how the Shifting Mound was written. So, yeah. Crowd to say I was one of the people who knew Louise was the princess with no prior evidence. Yeah! I think I remember that, May. Yeah, y'all were on it with the theorizing. Holy crap. Y'all were absolutely on it. So yeah, check out the playlist on Spotify. There's some bangers in there, and you can listen to it with the knowledge of each character. Some of the songs are, very much like I listen to the song and I instantly go, "Oh yeah, this is this character." Some of them are just based on vibes. Some of them like have one verse that fits the character, and then the rest of it is kind of like, could go either way. Let me turn on battery saver on this thing because good gravy, why is the battery getting drained so much? Energy saver. Turn the brightness down, that's probably doing it. There we go. Please, Surface, I need you to stay alive. So yeah, playlist lore. Another hint is Gretel losing an eye. This was alluded to in this old drawing that I made in June of 2021, around the time when I was first doing development on the story. The idea of her losing an eye wasn't like solidified in the plot when I drew this, but there was kind of that, I was messing with things, playing with themes, playing with, ideas. And eventually I was like, yeah, let's do this. Let's make her lose an eye. So even though this drawing wasn't it wasn't confirmed in the story at the time, it's been a hot second. Yeah, old art jump scare. There's a couple other pieces too where like her one eye is obscured, if I'm remembering correctly, but this is the most notable one that I could find. I remember going back and finding that out at some point, being like, yeah, Duck, you caught it. And when we were editing, you left a comment that was like, whoa, you really had this all planned out. And I'm like, hey. My machinations. My machinations, the inner machinations of my writer's mind are an enigma. So yeah, old art. Fun times. Another hint is Louise's name. A lot of Cthalia's main cast and side characters are named after either notable literature characters from literature, or after like authors. And Louise is one of them. Louise is one that was named after an author. Louise is the feminine equivalent of the name Louis, which is the French equivalent of the name Lewis. So she was named directly after Lewis Carroll, who is the author of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. And this was always meant to be a direct hint reference to her being the first author of Cthalia. This is also some old art of mine from June 26th, 2021. And I wanted to talk about this piece specifically because when I drew it, a lot of people, when I drew it and after I drew it, specifically when hype for the story release was really starting to build up, and, people were, looking on the Toy House pages to see if there was, any, hints to potential, beats just through the things that I've drawn. Which, good for you guys. Detective work was awesome to see. But a lot of people were theorizing about this piece in particular, theorizing. Some people guessed it was a cave that she was sitting in. Some people guessed that, it was a basement that Gretel had her locked in. A lot of people were theorizing about Louise potentially being under Gretel's control. And the French on this says, "Help us, please. Please help us." So this was also drawn way back. I don't think I had even written Louise's scene in the book at the time that I drew this. But yeah. There's that. Other name references, we have Alice, obviously Alice in Wonderland. Gretel is named after the character from Hansel and Gretel, which kind of sprung her candy theming. You know, not only do I try to name them after like literary characters, I specifically tried to pick ones that would like match the like theming of wherever they're from, right? So Gretel being from the Candy Country, I named her after Gretel from Hansel and Gretel, which is the story by the Brothers Grimm where the kids go and eat a candy witch's house. Kind of rude of them if you ask me. Hugo is named after the character from the book The Invention of Hugo Cabret by Brian Selznick, I believe. Was a book that I was obsessed with in junior high school. And, when I developed his like sort of steampunk sort of country, I was like, okay, what's a good like name to what's a good name to give a leader of a steampunk country? Like, what stories can I think of that have like notable like steampunk sort of specifically automata themes? And since Hugo Cabret is, I don't know how popular it is, but it seemed to be a little more obscure, just because like not everybody was getting the name reference. Hugo Cabret is a novel about a boy who finds an automaton and fixes it, and through fixing it learns about the creator of it. I believe it's been a hot second since I read the novel, but like the idea of clockwork automatons are a big thing in Hugo Cabret, so that gave rise to Hugo's name. I love your creativity. These details are insane. Thank you. I thought Shinrin/Shinji would be of Neon Evangelion. So I've never actually seen Evangelion. I only know of it through like meme osmosis and through you, Cam. So yeah, no, I've I've never seen Evangelion. Belle, obviously, Tinkerbell. That's a pretty obvious one, I think. Just, fairy character who gets mad easily. I was like, I need a name for a fairy. What's a good fairy character from like media? Bam, Tinkerbell. Jules is the only other character in the story who's named after an author, and this was simply because I was running low on creativity. Jules being named after an author does not have the same significance that Louise does. It was just a spur of the moment, like, I need a name for this guy. What do I name him? Jules Verne is a very notable science fiction author. He wrote, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and some other really, really influential science fiction. And because, the whole, again, Colmore being basically the science country, I figured it was fitting, Haven't read the book yet, but I love the movie. It inspired. Yeah, the movie was so good. Shinji Matsuda made me think of Matsuda from Death Note too. So I haven't seen Death Note either. I have not seen Evangelion or Death Note. Death Note is on my list. I think is it Allie? Are you the one who keeps telling me to watch Death Note? I don't remember. But yeah. And then Merlin, so Merlin originally was a temporary name for the blacksmith. I wasn't sure if I was going to keep it because it sounded really similar to Shinrin. And I was worried that, maybe it sounded like too magic-y. But it ended up working because I could connect it back to the wizard from the Sword and the Stone. Yes, watch it, please. Yeah. Yeah, I need to. But I could connect his name back to the wizard from Sword and the Stone because he's the one who forges Alice's sword. So it ended up working in the end. Hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, Merlin, the Sword and the Stone. Shinrin is named after a Japanese translation for forest. So he was not named after anything in particular from like literature. And Captain Harris's name doesn't really have any reference or translation. So yeah. All right, moving on. We also have in Cthalia a big reference to the Jabberwocky poem by Lewis Carroll. The entire story is kind of inspired by Alice in Wonderland. We Ben knew this. We Ben knew that I'm a Wonderland freak, right? Like that's no surprise to anybody. But I really wanted to put in a reference to the Jabberwocky poem because even though it's not, I believe it's from. Is it Looking Glass that the poem appears in? I can't remember. But Alice's sword was added to the story to reference the Vorpal sword from the Jabberwocky. And the scene in Act 4 where Alice uses the sword to behead the fire-breathing tank of Gretel's is meant to mirror the beheading of the beast in the poem. I put an excerpt from the poem on the side. He took his Vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while in thought. And, as in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock, with eyes of flame, came whiffling through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through, the Vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. So, the Vorpal sword in hand, eyes of flame, the fire-breathing tank. The Vorpal blade went snicker-snack, he left it dead, and with his head he went galumphing back when she cuts off the head of the tank. So, that whole moment in the book was a direct reference to the Jabberwocky that I wanted to talk about because, you know, I put this in very intentionally. Into the Looking Glass is where Jabberwocky comes from. Yeah, I thought so. Next, I wanted to talk about some of the unspoken but still canon mechanics for the notebook. Because there are a few things about, like, specifically how the notebook works when choosing authors that never really got discussed in the story, but is still, like, crucial to the mechanics, so I wanted to talk about it here. Excuse me. So the notebook has a very specific way of selecting who will be its authors. Am I muted? No, okay, I'm not muted. My headset's being weird. So it has a really specific way of selecting who will be the authors. It seeks out people with a strong desire for something different than what they currently have or what they believe that they have. So this could be something as big as Louise's desire for an entirely different life, or something as small as a desire for a different job. If you are unhappy with your life as it stands, the notebook will be drawn to that because it was created with escapism as its purpose. So any sort of want for something different, any sort of, you know, desire for a change, that will attract the notebook. Because it was created for the purpose of escapism, for the purpose of bringing people into another world, bringing people away from their problems, and, you know, offering that sort of change and that difference that they wanted. Welcome back, Avery. So if you are at all unhappy with your life, the notebook will be drawn to that, and you may be selected as an author. And each of the authors who, you know, got pulled into the book had a different desire that sort of influenced the characters that the notebook made them into. So for Louise, she wanted to be happier. She wanted a different life than what she had. Greta wanted control over her life. she, you know, it was that feeling of, you know, I don't feel like I have control over the direction my life is going, and I want that. I want to be able to, you know, be the one who like dictates my own life. And that led to the Notebook, you know, making her into a dictator, just because, you know, she wanted control over her own life. And when she entered the book, she kind of started going on a, I don't want to say power trip, but like, you know, you get the idea. um, and the Notebook saw that and saw that desire for control. And when it was building a character for her, that was a major player in the kind of character she became, which is why she got turned into that, you know, monster. Greta is someone I want to chew up like candy. Yeah, I want to stick her under a microscope and observe her, man. For Shinji, it was a desire to escape. He was just crushed by the weight of, you know, he was an office worker, in case, you know, that wasn't, you couldn't tell by the, like, his getup and his description in the book. He was an office worker. He worked a very soul-crushing cubicle job that he hated. And it got to be so much that he just wanted an escape. He wanted an out. So that played into Shinran's whole thing of like, oh, chaos, you know, reject reality, be whatever you want, do whatever you want to do, have fun, because that's what Shinji wanted. That was his desire that drew him to the book. Emmy and Avery, kids, calm down and chat, okay? Be nice to each other. I'm sitting you both down, giving you each a juice box. Calm down. For Hugh, it was a desire to be less lonely. He was pretty much on his own aside from family. He was a huge introvert, in reality. So he had a desire, like, for companionship, really, to just find someone. So when the Notebook built him into Hugo, the Notebook took that desire, and sort of like, that's sort of what spawned, you know, the entire automaton city. Is, you know, that desire, Hugh carrying that desire to be less lonely caused Hugo to create the city for himself. And for Alice, obviously, we all know, it was a desire to write an ending for a story. And like again, some of these are like really big, massive, complicated, like, wants. And some others are just like, you know, I want to write an ending to my book. And that was enough for the Notebook to seek Alice out. In the case of Greta, Shinji, and Hugh, these desires were a primary factor for the personalities and motivations that the Notebook gave to their characters. Yeah. Hugo, please let me live in the walls of your manor. I promise not to cause mass property damage. I'm sorry, you're an organic. I don't think he'd let you inside the city. Maybe you could get Shinran to get you in, though. You might be able to get an in through Shin. Next, I wanted to talk about just show some more old art from, you know, the early developments of Cthalia. This is the first Wonderland drawing that I did for the cast. Back in 2021, again, a lot of this stuff is from 2021. Because 2021 is around the time the story was first developing, so I was like, oh, these OCs, I need to make art of them, I need to draw them, I need them to be everywhere. We read chat. Alice is perfect for what the Notebook needs too. The Notebook needs an ending, Alice needs an ending symbiosis. Yeah! They're perfect for each other. It's Alice Maguka? Yo, it was Monica Magica this whole time. It's like the meme of the astronauts on the moon. Like, wait, it's all Monica Magica? Always has been. They're made for each other. Eldritch being Yuri. New favorite ship unlocked. But yeah, this was the first Wonderland drawing that I did of the cast. And this kind of got redone for the Wonderland countdown with, of course, adding Louise as the, my gosh, my brain, the White Rabbit. You can see, Alice is still Alice, Gretel is still the Queen of Hearts, Shinrin is still the Mad Hatter, and Hugo was intended to be the Caterpillar, but I didn't get it across very well in the original design. I tried to get a lot of shape language through, like, the smoky rings and the, flowy, and the pipe with the smoke, but I didn't do a great job. I'm much happier with the new designs. So yeah, there's that. This is something I did in 2022 of the Allies trio in Colmore. Kind of a, I would say, concept-y, rough, loose idea of the Colmore Street, which I never did get around to doing scenery drawings like I wanted to. But this is about as close as I got for Colmore, and I don't even know if this is still accurate. But you can, like, you can't see my mouse, but you can just barely see in the back the, like, bronze, like, arches of the whatchamacallit, the dome frame, in the back. And you can see just the top edge of the wall as well. Dude, the improvement is crazy. Thank you. I love them. I love them too. My Allies trio. And this was June 2022. So even just between 2021 and 2022, like, this is just patting myself on the back at this point. But hey, what is this stream if not just a 4-hour-long session of me patting myself on the back? This looks pretty accurate to how I imagined it. Oh, yay. Glad to hear it. Jin is adorable here. Yay! My totally stable boy. Love him dearly. These are also Easter pieces from 2023 and 2024. There's, of course, the official one for 2025, with Louise in the bonnet and the dress. But I kind of made a habit, starting in 2023, of drawing her and Carnet every year for Easter. Which it started as like, oh, I want to make, a lighthearted, like, Easter piece with a bunny, with Louise, because her whole thing is bunnies. And wouldn't that be adorable? And then I drew it and I kept working on it, and it's gradually devolved into lore, and didn't end up being as lighthearted as I wanted it to. So that's okay, though. That's okay. Carne looks so cute. Thank you. I'm very bad at drawing rabbits. They're not my strong suit, unfortunately. But yeah, these are the old Easter pieces. The current one is up pretty much everywhere, so in case you wanted to compare it. These are processes for the Act 4 poster. I thought this was really cool, so I wanted to include this. I took screenshots of it at the big different stages, rough outline, detail sketch, and line art, just to kind of see the process. The Candy Soldiers really went through a glow up, that's for sure. But yeah, this is the poster process. You can see originally I thought about putting the logo smack in the middle, at the bottom, but then, I didn't want to block Gretel's hand because I was, happy with it. And it's rare that I'm happy with hands, so there's that. This is the beta versus final of the faction logos. The betas were done in 2021, and then in 2024 I redesigned them. not too much change between the Empire and, the Ash Hollow Forest got a fancy border and some flowers at the bottom. Colmore's got completely overhauled. It is the by far the biggest change here. And it's the main reason why I wanted to share this, because Colmore's logo originally was the pin on Hugo's tie. The original plan was for all of the faction leaders to be wearing their logo somehow, or their crest. And so for Gretel it was on her hat, for Shin it was on the back of his cloak, and for Hugo it was the pin on his tie. But when I was getting ready for this story to actually release and redesigning the logos, I was like, Colmore's is way too simple to be a crest for an entire city. I need to rework this. So I did. They're all symmetrical, fun fact, or symmetrical enough, which I think is pretty cool. And now we get into some concept versus final design work. So Alice's armor was the first of the finale designs that I did the beta for. Candy Soldier got its face redacted. Yeah, it was too much. When I was redesigning Gretel, I was trying to jam the face onto the logo on her hat was too much detail in too small of a space, so I nixed it. Colmore got a glow up, yeah. That's for sure. So, I did Alice's armor concept really, really early compared to all of the other finale designs because I needed her sword for the draft. And I was like, well, if I'm designing Quill, then I may as well design the whole rest of the armor while I'm here. So you can see her concept versus final. She originally had a more Spartan-ish helmet. And I changed that to be a more medieval looking helmet because, in 2022 I was a lot less well versed in armor. Her helmet was the hardest part of the armor set to design, actually. Fun fact. Because A, I'm bad at drawing helmets, and B, it was really difficult to find something that wouldn't completely block her face while still offering protection and defense where it was needed. Athena helmet. Yeah, literally. My brain was just okay, what's a good helmet that won't completely just cover her entire face? Oh yeah, the Spartan helmets had those side pieces. Let's just do that. Not realizing that, this is supposed to be modeled after medieval times and not, Spartan Rome. Greece. There were a lot of other pieces that got taken off too, just extraneous things like the little arm. You can see I'm pointing to my screen as if you guys could see what I'm pointing at. The things on her arms and on her legs, those little armor bands, I took them off because I felt like they were just extraneous. You can see her gauntlets originally protected her fingers too, but they got dialed back for detail's sake. She originally had a ponytail instead of a braid. Turned out so good. I love the plume. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to give her some sort of plume because, again, originally her ponytail, and I had this written into the draft. Her ponytail originally came out of that top slot. So it was similar to how Undyne's helmet is in Undertale. How her ponytail comes up out of the slit in the helmet and kind of acts as a plume. That was the original plan, and then I was like, you know what? No, I don't like that. Let's do something else. So I ended up braiding her hair and adding a plume onto the helmet instead. Quill also got a lot thicker. Quill was a lot thinner when I first designed it, and I had to increase the width because, blocking bullets. We also have Hugo's concept from 2021 versus his final. Little thing about me and my designing process, I don't often do beta designs. Beta designs. Usually I'll just open a digital canvas and go right into it. But Hugo was difficult for me to get a grasp on. So I think I did this when I was on vacation, which is why it's traditional. all the way back in 2021. I just doodled it out and I was like, nope, you know what? I don't like this. But at least now I know that I don't like this. So when I get back home, I can sit down and actually, you know, properly do a digital design for him. So I was not confident at all going into his design. And of course, the final on the right isn't the one that was made directly after this concept. If you've been here long enough, you probably remember the old references for these characters that were done. So, but yeah, it was crazy. You know, he's the only one who has like a quote unquote beta, like a proper beta. Main design wise, would have led to Gretel tactic where she just grabs Alice's ponytail and yanks her back. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah. I love the rings on his coat. They're such a neat detail. Thank you. They're inspired by Gilbert Nitre from Pandora Hearts. Shout out to my favorite series ever. I took some inspiration from Gil's coat for the back of Hugo's coat. Next up, again, more Hugo. We have his concept versus final for his finale design. I wanted to show this. I didn't put Shin, Gretel, or I'm mixing up their names. Shin, Gretel, or Louise's finale designs into this side by side because there wasn't a lot of change between them. They pretty much stayed like exactly the same from beta to final. But Hugo's had a few changes. Specifically, originally the plan was to give him a big tailcoat on his vest. But again, like Duck said about the tactic where, you know, she just grabs Alice's hair, I was like, those are big extraneous pieces that can get caught on things, or like the enemy can grab, or like anything like that, so I nixed them. I was like, that is not at all practical for a fight, and his outfit is already pretty impractical. So, you know, I removed that. The design on the shield was originally different as well. That was the shield on the left, the emblem in the middle of it was an early attempt at redesigning the Colmore faction logo. Finally able to join the live stream. A little late and I'll have to leave soon again, but I'll watch the heck out of the VOD. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm so glad to have you here. Thank you for showing up. But yeah, that was an early attempt at redesigning the Colmore logo that I didn't like, so yeah. We also have the concept versus final for the notebook. Not a lot of change here. I mainly just wanted to show the like differences in anatomy. The notebook was pretty much when I made that concept, I was like, yeah, that's how I want it to look. I just need to polish it. So put a little spit shine on it, clean up the anatomy, fixed a few things, and boom, there's our eldritch horror. And then we have the concept versus final for the authors. They're pre-notebook / epilogue designs. A lot changed with these. A lot. I did the concepts in 2022. And the finals were done like just a few weeks ago. You snatched its waist. I did. Listen, man. You can't have an eldritch being if you don't make it look a little bit, you know. You know. Anyways, moving on. Greta is the one with the biggest change here. Originally, I had her dressed up in like, the intent was for it to be like a Lederhosen type thing. When I showed the notebook to my friends, everyone said wood. Good. That means I did my job correctly. That means I did my job right. Yeah, that. Yeah, Duck, you got it. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the word. But, you know, I don't know if I can I don't know if I can say that on a live stream. Anyways. You guys get the idea. You guys get the idea. But yeah, Greta went through the biggest change here. Yeah, again, original intent was for like some sort of like lederhosen-y outfit or uniform, but then I was like, no, that doesn't really fit like the minimum. I really wanted to drive home like minimum wage store worker, you know. Hugh got a little bit of extra color in his outfit, you know, for everybody who's been saying, everybody who's been dissing Hugo's wardrobe for being, you know, a TikTok beige mom. Look, he's wearing a blue turtleneck. Look at that. Man actually got some, man got some variety in his wardrobe. And then Shinji, I added, you know, the mask and longer sleeves, and because he looked a little bit too boyish. Originally, I really wanted to do just like to drive home like the broken office worker. As a minimum wage store worker, I can confirm. Good. Yeah. This is something I really wanted to talk about. So, if you guys remember the pink elephants meme that I made, like way back in November, that was originally supposed to be one of 3 major projects. You literally added the blue just to say you put him in other clothes. No, I didn't. What? No, slander, lies and slander in my live chat. What? Me? No, never. Go. But the pink elephants meme was originally one of 3. One of 3 major like projects I wanted to do. Basically, like at the end of every major act, the original intent was to do like a big video project. But that got overwhelming really fast. So I only ended up doing the one. Unfortunately. But the one for so Pink Elephants was like end of Act 1. End of Act 2, I was gonna do the tail lights animation meme. I don't know if any of you guys know that specifically. I was gonna inspire it off of the one Deltarune one. By I believe their YouTube is Ichika. Shout out them. They have a very good art style. And then Act 3/4 was going to be an Ozymandias animatic. And I got through pretty much the like intro shots before I got super burnt out and pivoted to the poster instead. And I actually did a reading of the poem specifically for this in my Alice voice, and I have it here on screen if you guys would be interested in listening to it. I'll let the stream catch up. Letting the stream delay catch up. I can't tell where we are because I have it muted on the second monitor. Alright, people are saying yes. Cool. So in that case, let me pause this. And alright, so this, for those of you who don't know, this is the poem Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley, read by me.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, in the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look On my works ye mighty and despair. Nothing beside remains, round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare. The lone and level sands stretch far away.
So that was originally going to be added to the animatic. I'm keeping it just in case I end up revisiting this project, but the mic quality. Yeah, shout outs to Joe McCrow for letting me use his mic for that. Thank you, Joe. I don't know if you're watching, but thank you. I know Ali is, so. The shots you have look so cool. Thank you. Yeah, I may come back to this. I may not. I'm not sure. But I'm keeping what I have just in case. So cool. Thank you. I love this poem a lot. It's a favorite. It's been a favorite for years. So I wanted to talk about all of the cut, changed, or otherwise scrapped ideas. Oh, hi, Joe! Hi! Joe McCrow jump scare. So, going from a scrapped project, I wanted to talk about cut, changed, or otherwise scrapped ideas, because writing a novel is a big process, and a lot of the, concepts and plans that you have at the start don't always carry through the entire way. And that's okay. Like, it's fine for things to change. This is me going into writing advice mode. So I wanted to talk about, like, a lot of the things that either didn't make the final cut for Cthalia or just, like, got completely, like, just thrown out, I basically just said the same thing twice. You know what I mean? So I went back and I dug for the old draft plans document that I still have. And I went through and I looked at, and I didn't even remember all of the things I originally had planned for this. So let's go through them, shall we? First of all, the notebook was originally going to be a mascot-like spirit guide that followed Alice around. So think like Navi from Legend of Zelda, think Cube, think Morgana, think, all of your classic mascot characters that follow the protagonist. Yeah, the notebook was originally going to be one of those. A marketable mascot. Which, got changed. And now it's an eldritch being with a snatched waist. You love to see it. Secondly, it was planned for the first author, who ended up, being Louise. It was planned that the first author would be the one who created the book. So for those of you who were theorizing that Louise was the one who created the book, it is not canon, but it was the original plan. And in the final novel, the notebook's creator was left ambiguous. Hugo originally had a doctor title. He was going to be Dr. Hugo. I made it, mandatory break. Hi, Word! So Hugo was originally going to be called Dr. Hugo, before I pivoted from, like, scientist to just clockwork engineer, and doctor just didn't fit anymore. But yeah, he was gonna have a doctor title. For a while in development, each of the faction leaders were authors of different genres before entering the book. So this did not stay canon, but originally Greta was instead of working whatever jobs they had, originally the plan was for each of them to be like authors of different genres. So Greta would write like historical wartime documents. Shinji was a mangaka, and Hugo wrote like science fiction, steampunk. And then those genres then played into their characters, but that got changed. The only one who still really has any connection to writing out of the three of them is Shinji. He, before entering the book, he had a dream to create manga. He is very artistic, very creative, very imaginative, but it just didn't work out for a career. So Greta no longer has ties to historical wartime novel or like documentaries, and Hugo no longer writes. My initial development notes have Shinrin marked as quote-unquote docile and nervous. That did not stay for long. I didn't even remember that was the original intention with him. He was originally planned to be shy. And timid, and yeah, that did not stay. Not at all. He ended up being pretty much the exact opposite. Now I'm thinking of the Gangle Digital Circus in the McDonald's episode. Wait, you're so right, Duck. You're so right, actually. Gangle Shinji Kin. Yeah, so I feel like a lot of that, I wouldn't say shy, but just the anxious nervousness ended up being put into Shinji instead of Shinrin. But yeah, originally, apparently, I didn't even remember this. Apparently, he was supposed to be the uwu shy forest boy. I'm glad I changed that. I don't know what I was thinking. Other name ideas for Colmore were Ironport and Steamglen. It was basically a three-way. It was a tie between three names, and Colmore just rolled off the tongue best. So that's what I went with. Here's a fun one. Hugo and Shinrin were not originally intended to be a romantic pairing, although that was decided pretty soon after development started. And I want to give a quick shout out to my sister, Kara, who is the one who suggested that they get together and, you know, be a ship. Basically, I was like, when I was first like working on like conceptualizing Cthalia in my brain, right? I was telling Kara all the ideas that I had, and like all of the plans for the different faction leaders. And after I described them all, she goes, "So Shinrin and Hugo, they're going to be a ship, right?" And I went, "No, that wasn't the plan." And she went, "Why not?" And I was like, "You know what? You're right. They should." So yeah, Kara W. She's the one who suggested it, and I absolutely ran with it, and I'm so glad that I ran with it. You have Kara to thank for your yaoi. Shoutouts Kara. I know she's not watching the stream, but imagining that they should kiss conversation. Yeah, that's basically what it was. She was like, "So why aren't you shipping them? They have like the perfect dynamic of, you know, introvert, extrovert, chaotic, logical. Like it's the polar opposite that you like." And I'm sitting here like, "You are so right. You are so right, and I am so wrong." So yeah, shout out to Kara. Merlin and Harris were not planned side characters like Belle and Jules. They were added spontaneously during drafting. I needed someone to forge Alice's sword, so I created a blacksmith. I needed a guard captain for Belle to interact with, and so I created Harris. Alice Kentala uploaded a new video. Mom found the yaoi. Oh no. So Belle and Jules were planned from the beginning. I knew I wanted to. Belle, Jules, and the Saccharine Soldiers were originally going to be the only three side characters in the book. Basically, like I needed a side character to go with each of, or I wanted a side character to go with each of the main characters. So we had Belle for Shinrin, we had Jules for Hugo, and we had the soldiers for Gretel. And then as I was writing, I was like, oh crap, I need more side characters. So I added Merlin and Harris, and Merlin ended up being a very, very important character, as you all know. So, Common Merlin W. I shouldn't say W, I should say Common Merlin L. He died. Rip. Rip Bozo. I'm being so mean to him. I'm sorry, Merlin, I love you. Alice and Hugo were planned to both wield guns as their weapon, so Alice having a sword was not the plan from the start. Originally she was going to have a gun, originally Hugo was going to have a gun, so I switched it because I was like, but Gretel uses guns, and some of the Colmore automata still use guns, but they're more like your manual, like matchlock pistols type deal, instead of Gretel's automatic weaponry. The way my jaw just dropped. What? I'm very nice to my characters. But yeah, originally Alice and Hugo were both gonna have guns too. Again, not automatic, more like the matchlock weaponry. But I was like, you know what? No, I want a Jabberwocky reference, so I gave Alice a sword. And Hugo, I was like, his whole thing is defense, so it'd be really cool if I gave him like a shield that had offensive capabilities. So, yeah. Other considered places for the Shinrin-Hugo confession were before Shinrin leaves to board the airships, so chapter 27, and adding a scene during war preparations. So there were multiple points in the book where I thought about, like, there were multiple points that I was considering for the confession scene. So, and one of them was the chapter that everyone, like, you know, called me out for quote unquote queer baiting, which fair, I did kind of, but to be fair, you know, that was a considered spot for the confession scene, so it could have been there. It just didn't end up being there because the fight in, or the chapter 30 was just too perfect. So, and then I was thinking about adding a scene during war preparations where the confession happened, but I was like, they're both so busy with war prep, you know, and they're both, Shinrin is emotionally smart and Hugo is just logistics smart, so I feel like neither of them, both of them would have realized that, like, there are much more important things at hand than exchanging I love yous and making out. So they saved that for when, you know, adrenaline took over, and arguably in an even more inconvenient spot than, you know, during war preparations, but hey, gotta love adrenaline. In my planning notes, I referred to previous authors as quote-unquote Alice's. And for the longest time when I was, like, talking with Cheesy about, like, brainstorming stuff, we referred to the previous authors as Alice's until I gave them the author's title instead. It was just for notation's sake. It was never intended to be used in canon, but it's just a fun little thing. The Colmore invasion was originally planned to be much smaller scale. The original plan for the invasion was just for Gretel to send one drill under the walls and up into the town square with basically the note attached for, you know, 14 days. But again, I was talking with Cheesy, and I was describing the whole thing to her, and she basically said, okay, but why wouldn't Gretel just flat out attack the entire city? And similarly with Kara's suggestion of adding Yaoi to the story, I went, you know what, you're right. And so it got fully beefed up. So originally in my like original plan for the story, like, they never escaped to Ash Hollow. The fight was going to happen outside, like right outside Colmore on that plain. Murder, yeah. The fight was going to happen in that plain, that flat plain between, like, Colmore and the, like, non-Ash Hollow foresty areas. So yeah, that got fully overhauled. I love the added evil. Echo, the Alice note reminded me of the Alice of Human Sacrifice song. I need to reread those lyrics. But yeah, it was originally intended to be much smaller scale until, you know, violence smiles. The full form for the notebook was added last minute. It was I think it was like midway through writing the fight for Act 4. I realized, okay, I was thinking ahead and I was like, okay, how am I going to do the whole sequence of them leaving the book? And I realized it wouldn't make sense to go end of the fight and then instantly leave. And not only that, but I needed some way for like some of the remaining questions to be answered, not only for the characters, but also for the readers. So I was like, well, why don't I just throw in the book? Why don't we meet the notebook and speak directly to the notebook? And have the notebook itself be the one that sets everyone free. So that whole chapter was pretty last minute, but I'm glad I added it. I think it adds a lot. Shinrin/Shinji being left-handed was a complete accident that I decided not to fix. The intent was not for him to be left-handed. I did not plan for him to be left-handed, but it happened, and I was just like, you know what? We're just gonna roll with this. And it looks like that is the end of the scrapped ideas. Something I forgot to put in here was one thing that I did scrap was at the very end of, I think it was Act 1, the scene in the conference room with Hugo and Shin and Alice before we cut away to Gretel in her palace when she notices the fairy. Originally there was like, after Alice leaves the conference room, there was an exchange there between Shinrin and Hugo where, you know, it was essentially just a whole, like, Hugo being worried about Shin going on this infiltration, going off by himself, Shin reassuring them that I'll be fine, you don't have to worry about it. It was and my editors were the ones who pointed it out, it felt very unnecessary, and like a sudden POV switch at the snap of your fingers was like, it was just too sudden, you know, it didn't really flow right, so I cut it. But there was originally an extra scene there in the draft. And I forgot to add that here, it seems. But yeah, that's all the behind the scenes that I have for you guys. The main takeaway for this that I wanted to give is, if you're writing a story or we're like working on a project, it's totally okay for like your plans to change and for the book to turn out differently than you had intended. That's fine and that's good. The fact that this took 4 years gave me a lot of time to really refine my ideas and change what had needed to be changed and, you know, do all of that stuff. And I know this is very much like, this sounds like I'm just like preaching to the choir, right? That like you like this, but I feel like a lot of writers like forget that sometimes. And you know, for the longest time, even with like with a lot of my creative work, I was like, okay, it needs to stay the exact same as I intended it. There is no changes should be made. I need to keep the same ideas from start to finish, and that's just going to put you in a box. So my advice to you, any aspiring writers, whether that be, you know, novels or comics or just anything creative, it's fine if your plans change. And like, the more time, don't rush your story. The more time you let it cook, the better it's going to be. So yeah. But that's all the behind the scenes that I have. And now Don't be stubborn. Exactly. Exactly. Don't be stubborn. Stories need time to cook. Stories need room to breathe. But... Oh, awesome. It's like just 6:30. We're on schedule. My internet went out. Oh no, welcome back, Cam. Slow cook it, just don't burn everything. Yeah. Let it cook. We have that saying for a reason. Let it cook. All right, well, it's trivia quiz time. Y'all ready for a Kahoot? Y'all ready for some Cthalia trivia? Ooh, trivia. Ooh. Ooh, interactivity. Yay, trivia! Yay! The goal is to get all the answers wrong for the trivia. That's a goal. That's a goal that I can support. If you want to do that, go for it. So trivia, we will be doing a Kahoot. If anybody remembers those from your pre-lockdown high school days, give me a minute to pull it up. I need to go out of browser, or I need to go into browser. So let's hop out of here. And go like, can I move tab? I can only move it to a new window. That's fine. Move to new window. Sorry, I'm trying to manage like 50 different windows. Oh, shoot, I forgot to put the stream playlist on loop. Let me fix that. There we go. I really hope we didn't have too many songs that were off of the playlist. Okay, I'm forgetting what I have to be doing. Give me a second. Properties. Kahoot. Okay. Host live. Yes. Up to 10 participants. Do they not have... Okay, looks like there's a 10 participant limit on Kahoot now, which sucks. Is there, like, a way that can give me more than 10 participants? Yeah, you're probably right. I think I need to pay money. Okay, well, hopefully, don't set it up. Don't have it set up so all the questions are only on the presenter's screen because of stream delay. True. How do I change that? Let me reopen the host. It's been a hot minute since I've used this. Well, hopefully there are no more than 10 of you guys wanting to play this. But maybe I should have set my account to be teacher. There's the pin. How do I make it so that Shh. Oh, here. Show questions and answers. Questions and answers show on participants' devices. Okay. So, I will be offering a sketch to whoever gets first place in this. If first place is an editor, then the sketch will go to second place instead, simply because I feel like it's unfair when it comes to trivia and knowledge of the story to have, you know, editors, and like, I feel like it's an unfair advantage to editors. I hope that's okay. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff. All right. We can't all be skulls? Sure you can. Who is Meow? Or Meow? Oh, that's May. Sorry. That's May. All right, I'll give it maybe another minute. Again, there will be stream delay. I think I have it set so that the answers will show up on your devices. If they don't, just shout at me in chat and we'll restart. I will still read them out. I will still read the answers out. And you know, I'll talk about each of the answers. Quick, everyone be skeletons. I'll give you guys until, what time is it? Let's go, like, 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds, and then I'll add 20 for the stream delay. So 30 seconds from now for you guys. Sans Undertale looking lobby. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start, and I'm going to put in chat that I'm starting, just for the sake of delay. Okay, here we go. Oh, just barely. Snuck in there at the end. All right, here we go. So which of the side characters is not named after an existing author or classic literature character? Well done! It is Harris. And this was talked about on the behind the scenes. Kevin. Secret Colmore automaton. All right, Quat is in the lead. I don't know who that is in chat, but well done. Next up. Who made Alice's original design? Was it Soth and Kai, me, or my sister Kara? Oh, someone's thinking. Correct. For the people who chose Soth and Kai. Kara made Gretel's design. Soth and Kai made Alice's. So shout out Soth and Kai on Toy House. Oh, Quad is still in the lead. Next up, true or false? True or false? Shinrin is the only main cast member who is not named after a pre-existing character from literature. This was a trick question. I said character from literature. Louise was named after an author. I have tricked you. My gambit. All right. Next. Oh, Issa. Issa's on the up. All right. What chapter of Cthalia is Louise introduced in? Is it chapter 9, 10, 11, or 20? Correct to the people who chose chapter 10. Wow, pretty split. Yeah, X marks the spot. X is 10 in Roman numerals. That's when we meet Louise. Oh, Ducky's climbing. All right. Who was the first automaton Hugo created? Jules, Merlin, Arthur, or Harris? Correct. It is Jules. Chimes climbing. Issa holding first. All right. True or false? Louise is the one who created the notebook. Well done. It is false. All right. Which of these characters does not have an unofficial voice claim? Alice, Gretel, Shinrin, or Hugo? Correct. Gretel does not have a voice headcanon. Alice's is my voice. Or wait, sorry, I'm stupid. A lot of people picked Alice. Yeah, Alice's voice is my voice. Sorry, I read the results wrong. Alice's voice is my voice. Shinrin is Hanako-kun from TBHK, his English, and Hugo is the narrator from Slay the Princess. That must be official. Yeah, all of the all of the I'm sorry for those who are trying to join. There's a participant limit, unfortunately. So this is this is the max I can take without paying. But yes, Gretel does not have a voice claim. Dang, Issa's on a streak. All right, what is Alice's unofficial theme song? Is it Viva La Vida by Coldplay, Fairy Tale by Sounds Like Harmony, Sleep Talk Metropolis by Millie, or Jabberwocky by Eraton? Oh, pretty split. Yeah, it's Sleep Talk Metropolis by Millie. For those of you who picked Fairy Tale, it was her theme song before Sleep Talk Metropolis, and Jabberwocky I threw in there to throw you off. Oh, Vince is climbing. Look at that. All right, true or false? The creation of Ash Hollow City was a collaborative project between all of its inhabitants. Well done. It is true. Ash Hollow was a collaborative piece. Shinrin built the foundation, and everyone built their own individual houses and spaces. All right, next, what is Louise's favorite food? Croissants, pain au chocolat, tarte tatin, or crepes? Well done! This was on her toy house. Yeah, the stream delay is pretty bad. Sorry about that. Well done, everyone. All right, true or false? Hugo's design used to have gear printing on his vest and hat. Rabbit is her favorite Rabbit is her favorite food. Oh no. Well done. Oh. All right. Which of these is not part of the words on Alice's skirt? Well done, everyone. Man, Allie's on fire. You're so good at this. You're right. All right. Which literary character was Hugo named after? Well done. Oh, Issa's back in first. All right, true or false? Alice having a sword was planned from the beginning of development. Correct. She was originally going to have a gun. What font does the notebook speak in? Arial, Times New Roman, Courier New, or Comic Sans? Correct. Times New Roman. Oh, Cam's climbing. What year did I start work on Cthalia? Wow, that was fast! Yep, 2021. That was when I adopted Alice's original design and Gretel's original design within like a month of each other and began work. Ooh, words back with an nicer streak of 3. All right, which of these was not a primary source of inspiration for Cthalia? Grimm's Fairy Tales, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, or isekai anime? Keyword primary. Oh, I guess there's stream delay, so. Ooh, tie! Yeah, Grimm's Fairy Tales, although it inspired Gretel's name, was not a primary source of inspiration. The primary sources were Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and the isekai genre. Echo's love for Reborn as a slime really made this. All right, true or false? There is a callback to the Jabberwocky poem in Cthalia. Well done. Ooh, Cam's climbing. How many different outfits does Alice get while in Cthalia? This was a trick question. She only has, so the only reference outfits, like fully visually designed, like have references, there's 3. It's her main, her infiltration, and her finale. But she also has her pajamas. Her nightgown that Shin gives her. So, another trick question, she has 4. She gets PJs when she arrives in Ash Hollow. Bingo. Yep. So, it's 4. And the final question of the night, while we look at the streak. Final question. Which of these is not one of Gretel's primary pastimes? Strategy games, baking, creating war machines, or reading? Well done! She, in fact, does not read. Gretel hates war. True, actually. I can't believe I set the question wrong. All right, let's see. In 3rd place, we have Vince. Well done. 2nd place, Cam. And 1st place is Duck. GG's, everyone. And our runners-up are Quat and Issa. Now, because Duck, you are an editor, I hope it's all right that I give the sketch prize to Cam. So Cam, DM me after the stream what character you want, and I will draw them for you. Well done, everyone. GG's. Gretel illiterate confirmed. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Get the pride of victory. True. All right, let me change the scene back. And get the music back up. So we're going to take a 5-minute intermission to set up the next segment. And so that I can refill my water. So I will leave the music running. and I'll switch to the BRB screen. So I will be right back around 7:02 p.m. All right. See you guys in a minute. Okay. Sorry about the extra weight. I had to put something in my stomach quickly. How we doing? We all back? We good? Bathroom used? Water obtained? How we feeling? Emmy, Avery, were you guys fighting while I was away? Guys, come on now. Gotta be on your best behavior when mom's away. Water obtained. Nice. Yeah, everybody get your water. Streamer says get water. I'm pressing X to doubt right now. Vibing for a few extra minutes till I gotta head back in. Thanks for joining, Word. I hope you have a good rest of your shift. We were always on our best behavior. I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that. I love you guys, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. All right. So, let me set everything back up. Switch to a little monkey at the control panel, pressing buttons, definitely knowing what they do. Okay, so go back to this and do this. All right, cool. So, change the stream scene. I already did that. Intermission, yep. Okay, the next segment is the editor's segment. So, we have as special guests the editors of Cthalia, the ones who helped make this project possible and supported me through it. Everyone say a big welcome to the editors. Oh, played by sound. Hi, guys!
Hello, hello, hello.
What's up?
Hello! How we all doing? Let me get you guys' PNG tubers set up.
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
Let us bob.
Also, Chaos, you sent me the correct link after all.
Yeah, it works.
This will be fun. This will be fun.
Need to copy this.
Oh, beautiful.
Boop, boop.
Oh my gosh.
Your
That'll make
skincare
sense.
routine is
Weird.
amazing. Okay, let me add Duck in here.
Do, 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 do.
All right. Jester jump scare. Oh, perfect. You guys fit perfectly in there. All right. Everyone say a big welcome to the editors.
Hello.
I have little introductory slides for each of you guys. If you want to introduce yourselves. We can just go down the line, or whoever wants to go first, I can just skip to your slide.
Surely we just go down the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Make it easy
then,
for you.
Allie, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm pretty cool. I've been a part of this since you conceived the idea. I've kind of just been the little board that you pin ideas to. And you just go, yep, that's cool. And then I drop all the pins on the floor. That's me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Very helpful.
Very helpful, genuinely.
Yes.
All right. Chaos, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, it's me. I joined the editing team because I love your stories, and I did the silly little emojis for the server.
Yeah, you did. You made the
Yeah.
server emojis. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out.
Happy to have you here. Thanks for hanging out.
He-
And then last but not least, Duck, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Duck, the local Aussie of the group, and Echo asked me, "Hey, would you like to help me edit my book?" And I said, "Absolutely, I would." And I put my English major skills to the test, and had a great time. It was a lot of fun working with Echo and the others on editing the book. Yeah, it was really good.
Yay! All right. With introductions out of the way, it's podcast time.
Wow.
Oh.
So I don't really have like a lot of coherent questions prepared. I just kind of wanted to like ask for you guys is like what kind of the process like was from, because I know the writing process from my perspective, right? But I'm curious to hear about it from like an editing perspective. And kind of, if you guys have like, any insight about like editing a book or any of that stuff, or just, like what it was like for you guys, I guess.
Yeah. I have some thoughts because I have been thinking about what I was going to say.
Came prepared.
So in terms of editing process, so behind the scenes, so basically what happened is Echo sent us a big Google Doc that had the story on it, and we kind of went in and like added comments and like suggestions and stuff. And the way that I approached it is for a while I would kind of try and do like a chapter a day. I would read through the chapter just as is, and then I would go back and like make notes where I thought that like with things that needed to be changed and such, or like suggestions I had. And yeah, it was really interesting because so obviously Echo and I are different people, and so we have different writing styles. And so one of the big things that I learned through the process of doing it is kind of identifying like, okay, what are things that are like actual concerns that need to be addressed in editing, and what's just we have different style preferences and such.
Oh,
and so
yeah.
that was kind of an interesting part of doing the editing.
I didn't even think about it from that perspective.
I totally did, because there are some things that I'm like, yeah, I probably wouldn't do this in my own writing, but like it's very clearly a stylistic choice, and like it's not bad. It's just a different stylistic choice and a different approach to writing, which is like really interesting. And like so trying to edit in such a way where it's like highlighting the strengths and the approach that Echo has. Yeah, it was an interesting process. It was really fun.
Now I'm curious, Ali and Chaos, did you guys feel any of that when you were doing editing?
Chaos, you want to go first?
I mean, like, yeah, one thing that was really fun was seeing like the differences between like American words and British words.
Oh,
And, like,
yeah.
the different spellings.
true,
That
so
was
true.
really fun.
So true. Shaking
Yeah.
your hand on that one, honestly.
I bet I kind of threw you guys off there, didn't I?
It was really interesting to see. Yeah, like I mean, like in terms of editing, I'm not someone that's like done like a degree or anything. I don't know much about it other than like what I write myself. So I was just going through the lens of like just like I read it before I like added my edits and stuff.
Yeah.
I would read a whole chapter and then go back. Yeah, a lot of my edits were just kind of me freaking out.
I gotta say, it was hilarious watching you guys go feral over Gretel every time she was on screen.
Oh my god.
What else is one to do?
Love her. Dictator.
Ali, did you want to give any thoughts on that
Yeah.
sort of idea?
Yeah, I have a lot to say. Like
Go for
always.
it.
See, the process was always different for me because I knew the story going in. Echo had already like rambled to me the idea start to finish of what she wanted, so I knew where the story was always headed, with of course the things that you didn't know were gonna change up in the air.
Yeah.
But I knew the general idea of where everything was going. So what I did for helping editing wasn't the same as what y'all did. y'all were very hands-on, writing everything, and while I did read through and work on it, what I mainly helped with was ideas overall, just listening and basically throwing memes at Echo every 10 seconds. And then the night before she posted every chapter, we would get in a call. She would read the story to me, or I would read a small section because I'm bad at reading. And basically what would happen is, as Echo is reading, about every few sentences, I would comment or make a joke that was probably inappropriate or something. Or I'd catcall Gretel or something like that.
As you do, as you do.
I do want to say one of the fun things about doing this was being able to read all of the comments that y'all left, because y'all left some interesting guesses as well as fun edits and reactions, so it was cool to see behind the scenes people.
Yeah.
One other thing I really feel like we should probably mention, when I worked on my last project and I was told we were going to have an editing team read through, I was so apprehensive. I was like, oh yeah, because it needs to be edited. Wow, thanks guys. So that not only has Echo made a passion project that she loves, but wanted it to be perfect and understandable from all sides, that she not only brought in an editing team, but welcomed criticism and created a project that is perfect. Nicely done.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. No, it's always a very like terrifying process handing things off to
Yes.
others to look at and critique. Having done it a few times, it's always terrifying, but it's also it's terrifying but exciting. And you did a great job, and you were a pleasure to work with.
Thank you. You guys were a pleasure to work with as well. Thank you for doing this for free.
Woo!
Paid in early access.
Yeah, true. And it
paid in getting to watch everyone else make theories and evilly laugh like I know what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, because oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it was two very different styles of editing. Like Ali said, she was there from the start, and the important thing with doing the nightly readings with Ali was not only doing one more once over of the chapter, but also hearing how it sounds read aloud. Speaking the words can be a lot different from reading them in your head. In my experience, and sometimes when you're reading aloud, you'll catch things that sound off that you didn't realize sounded off when it was just in your head. So that was really important, having that last once over, hearing how it sounds aloud. So thank you as ever, Ali, for being my sounding board. And then it was really interesting for me too, having Duck and Chaos reading through it. And something that I oh my gosh, my brain is shutting off. Hold on. Something that was difficult for me was just getting into the mindset to accept the criticism, right? Getting into the mindset to take what you guys said and realize that, while all of it was valid criticism, not everything was something that I could apply, to the story, whether that's, because you guys hadn't read ahead yet, or it just didn't fit my writing style. But getting into the mindset to receive criticism, this was my first time, bringing people, because, aside from, talking to Ali about things, this was my first time bringing other people on to edit a story, aside from, just the circle of the people who were working on it. So it was interesting, but I have learned, though, that this is definitely something that I'm going to do again for future projects, because I feel like it's really valuable to get those perspectives, other than your own, and other than, it's important to have, in my mind, it's important to have that one person who's there from the start to, be a sounding board from the beginning, which Ali Thank you as ever.
Hi.
And it's also important to have people who come in after the fact, after the first draft is done, and get their perspectives from just an outside reader who hasn't been there since day one. So yeah, that's my sort of my thoughts on it.
Yeah,
Can-
no,
Yeah,
for
those are
sure.
really fun.
Can I say what actually surprised me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as I said, I've known the whole story going in. I knew what to expect. There
Oh,
was one thing you held back from me that you didn't tell me, and I was caught off guard. Here is a major spoiler, y'all. So, turn off the mic and headset if you don't want to hear this. But, when Gretel, and again, horrible, what is it? Filter warning.
trigger warning. Yeah.
Trigger warning. When Gretel turns the gun on herself, I did not know that was going to happen, and I didn't see it coming. Probably my favorite sequence of events, because I love the scene with Shin getting to see his emotional breakdown. That was my favorite scene, up until we have this moment where Alice is just like, oh, she changed her direction of the gun, but it wasn't at me. And it wasn't at Louise. And I'm like, okay, we're running out of people who are in the area. Who else did she? Oh, herself. Oh, how wonderful. Great. Thanks, Gretel. I thought that scene was so cool and it just came out of nowhere. So I thought I just wanted to share that was something that kind of came out of nowhere. What about y'all? What like?
No, that was a really good scene. I kind of saw it coming, but like purely because I saw the trigger warning and I was like, oh, I think I know what this is gonna be about. But yeah, no,
Okay,
like
there was no trigger warning for me when I got there. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Anything that surprised you, Chaos?
That I think there was a lot that I was like expecting to happen, but then when it happened, I was like, I didn't actually expect it to happen. Oh god! Like the stuff with Shinrin, I was like, something's going on, and then it happened. And I was like, oh god, no!
Excuse me. Sorry.
And also Merlin. I love
Oh
Merlin.
yeah.
yes,
I have
Merlin.
some of the like comments I gave, I think was like I gave one that was like, oh, spoiler warning about Merlin. But yeah, I gave one that was like, if Merlin dies, I'm gonna cry, and then literally like the next.
Well, you guys have the person to thank for that idea in the call with you.
No.
How dare
Yes.
you?
Thank you. Well done, well played, masterful execution.
I was just like,
Masterful
Echo.
execution, ha ha ha. Anyway.
I was like, Echo, you have this wonderful killable character. Why haven't you done the job?
No.
Cam
Merlin.
in chat says, love Shinrin's thing because you know what's going to happen, but that it's even worse.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah,
so
that's
true.
exactly what it was like. It's like, oh god, I didn't think it would be that intense, and then it became my favorite chapter.
We love depression.
Yay,
We love it.
depression!
Yay!
The joys of writing.
Truly.
Best part.
Let's see, I feel like there were other things that you guys said that I wanted to like expand on, but I can't remember what they are. I did want to ask though what everyone's favorite characters and favorite scenes ended up being. And if that
Ooh.
changed at all from what you expected your favorite character to be at the beginning of the book. So I guess we could just go down the line again. Who wants to go first?
I guess we go down the line. So, like, Allie, do you want to go first?
Sure, I can do it. Starting off, Shin was always my favorite, and Shin still is. But then again, I feel like I'm cheating because I kind of knew where you were going with Shin to begin with. So I was like, haha, this character is gonna be miserable. I love that. He's mine. So he was always my favorite. I'm still gonna stand by, again, trigger warning, Gretel putting the gun to her own head. It was such an emotional moment. Like, it wasn't like emotional for other people. It was like a shock to me. Like I felt something of an, oh wait, danger, because it's not just a danger to herself. It's a moment of, we did not prepare for this. If she shoots, game over for everyone. I'm dead, and all these people reset.
Yeah.
So it's like a panic moment in so many different ways, and I never saw it coming. So
You
I'm gonna
never
stand
see
by
it coming. Sorry.
I see you, Persona people.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, I would say Shin was always my favorite, and my favorite scene was Gretel pulling the gun.
All right, good picks.
I think Shin was also my favorite from the beginning because he's so silly, and then he became my favorite because he's so sad. But also like Hugo, I got a lot more attached to Hugo throughout the course of the book because he's so cute. I wanna steal him, put him in my bag, run away. He's adorable. And he's gay.
Yowie.
Yowie. Love the yowie. Yeah. Shin was my favorite in the beginning and then like became my favorite for different reasons.
Yeah. And it's
like,
interesting it's interesting that you brought up Hugo as well, because I did intentionally write him to be a character that you didn't like as much at the start, but then came to like as his arc went on.
Yeah, definitely. He's like cold at the beginning, but then he's got a soft side. Yeah, I think my favorite chapter, well, like scenes was like the healing chapter. Yeah, obviously. And also the fun little like during the battle, the confession kind of thing between Hugo and Shin.
Yeah.
That was really fun. I loved that. I screamed in the notes.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, no, with it's actually kind of funny because Hugo being really cold at first is actually what made me like him more.
Oh, interesting.
Like, yeah, no, like I was like, oh, this guy's really interesting. Because like I expected to like Shinran, and I did like Shinran, but Shinran actually didn't end up being my favorite. I think Hugo became my favorite, but then once we got Louise stole the show for me.
Interesting.
Little girl.
I love because like the sheer amount of like guilt she holds is just so tasty to me. It's just so interesting. She's just an angsty little girl, and I love her so much. Though at the very end, I will say, Greta also fascinates me. Like specifically Greta, I want to pull her to pieces and chew on her. She's so fascinating to me. But I think overall, Louise probably would probably take the cake as my top favorite.
Interesting.
Yeah, just to be a little bit different and spicy.
What about favorite chapter, favorite scenes?
Favorite chapter, favorite scene. This is really difficult, frankly. But I know that I like your like intense battle scenes were really good. Like the invasion of Colmore was like super intense. Like yeah, like as Chaos said, like that battlefield confession scene was so interesting. Yeah, like it's kind of the ones that have already been said, but adding say like the invasion of Colmore, like those kind of like really tense battle scenes were like really well done, I think, and some of my favorites.
Oh, yay!
I also really like the introduction to each character.
Oh yeah?
Specifically Shinran's introduction of going through the woods, and he feels so intimidating and off his rockers. I did enjoy that.
He goes from
I think the character the introductions were great.
He goes from, intense and cold and, wary to crazy off the walls child to sly and planning something to back to yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, wasn't Hugo's first words, "Who are you?"
Yes, so that is something that I didn't put in I forgot to put in. Each of the faction leaders do directly say the whatever line is primarily associated with their Wonderland counterpart. So I believe Gretel pulls an off with her head. I think so. I may be wrong. I may have changed that, but at least in the original draft, Gretel pulled an off with her head. Shinran says, "We're all mad here. Get used to it," or something like that. And Hugo's first words are, "Who are you?" with the spaces.
I love that.
And I think I had a Curiouser and Curiouser in there for Alice, but I removed it.
I love that touch. That's so much fun.
Yay!
All the fun little references are really good.
I do love me some Alice in Wonderland.
Oh yeah.
Shocking.
I know, right? Let's see. Does anyone else have any, like, editing insight or process insight they wanted to provide? Sorry, I didn't prepare any, like, actual questions.
That's so fine.
No, this has been good.
All right. You
Just
good? I mean,
Get your stuff edited. It's really good. Share
Yeah.
your stuff with people. Get
Yeah.
opinions.
Yeah, it's fun to share, even though it's scary at first.
sharing is
Also,
caring,
editing's
kids.
really
Yeah.
Gotta love editing. It's always fun to like help someone bring their vision to life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And exactly as Echo said, there's going to be criticism that's going to be super helpful, though it might right off the bat feel offensive that, oh, I didn't do it right the first time. But take those words into consideration. Not every criticism is going to fit what you need. So
No,
look
absolutely.
at it from a different perspective, but accept it when you think it's going to help.
Yeah, and that's like the same thing that I was saying with like kind of noticing that like when some people have like when there are different stylistic things that preferences that people have, like there are some things that are genuine criticism and there are some things that are just preference. Both are valuable, but you got to be discerning with what
Exactly.
you actually take on board.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're actually right on schedule. It's 7:30.
Yay!
We did it.
Beautiful stuff.
So-
Beautiful stuff.
Thank you guys so much for sharing your editing insight. I really appreciate it, and thank you again for being here and like helping me bring this story to life. Couldn't have done it without you guys, truly.
Absolutely.
If any of you have places to be, you're free to hop off the stream, or if you'd like to stay, we could do interview style the Q&A. I could have you guys read the questions out to me.
I would love
Happy to
to
do that if you'd
stay.
like.
Unfortunately, I gotta go to bed.
It is
It's
pretty late for
really
you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm
Bye.
sorry.
Thank you so much for showing up, Chaos.
Yeah, happy to. This is fun.
Sleep well.
Yeah,
Love
Thank
you.
you.
Good
Bye,
night.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good seeing ya.
All right, Allie and Duck, are you guys staying?
Bet.
Hell yeah.
All right,
We're in it for the
so
long haul.
We are. Can't
I
shake
guess do you guys want to I'll just pull up all the questions on a slide and you guys can alternate which ones you read? Maybe?
Sounds good.
Sure thing.
All right. So stream, we are moving on to the Q&A section. Reader submitted questions from the stream. If you were in the Discord or on the Tumblr or on the Toy House, pretty much anywhere, you probably saw the bulletin or post or ping or whatever. We'll be answering those questions you submitted. You can also send questions in chat if we end up having extra time afterwards. But if we don't have extra time, then, we'll just stick with the ones on screen. I am a rambler, so we may not have extra time, but we'll see. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and... Oh, yeah, right. We have a special one first. So, first of all, how exactly do the Saccharin soldiers work? This is a big question that's been asked. Allie and Duck, I'll let you guys read out when we get to the submitted questions. Sorry, I forgot I had this one.
Of course. No, don't worry about it.
So this is a question that a lot of people asked, specifically when Count Them came out. And, I wanted to take a minute to answer this one specifically first. And I made a little diagram for it to help visualize how they work, featuring me. So there's a difference between when an author enters the book. There's a difference between them living all the way to the end of the 30-day time limit and failing the goal versus them dying before the time limit runs out. So diagram 1 here shows the latter, or the former, sorry. So if a new author enters and fails to meet the 30-day deadline, At that point, the author is still alive in the book, and their soul and body are still connected. This is a big thing with how the soldiers work. Souls are important here. This is going under the belief that every human being, has a soul. And the soul and the body are usually connected, and when you die, your soul leaves, right? So, new author enters, they make it to the 30-day deadline, but they fail to meet the objective. At that point, they're still alive, soul and body are still connected. Figure 4, the notebook can't just release them. It can't release an author if that author has failed their goal. So instead, it integrates them into the world for the time being, and you have a new character unlocked. Versus if a new author enters and dies before the 30-day deadline, their soul then detaches from their body upon death. This is important. The soul is now disconnected. Resetting the world will erase the empty body. The body is at this point considered an object in the notebook, and can be erased and will be erased upon reset. So the reset will erase the body, but not the soul, because the soul is considered to be a person. And it can't just erase a NPC, right? It needs to put that soul somewhere. And since it can't reattach the soul to the body, and it can't destroy the soul, it is stored inside of an empty case. And you have a new active soldier. I'm glad you guys like the diagrams. So Saccharin soldiers will not gain the ability to move on their own until a soul is stored in them. In chapter 16, there is description of thousands of quote-unquote extra troops in Gretel's bunker that are unarmed and unmoving. These are soldiers that have not yet been given souls. You can think of the soldiers as like walking storage units for the notebook. The souls inside of them have no influence over their behavior. They have no influence over their movement or responses to anything. It is just a walking case. The only ability that the soul gives to the soldiers is the ability to move around. They are controlled. The soldiers are controlled by Gretel's will to fight. And this is why they're described as having suddenly collapsed after she surrenders. If Gretel surrenders, the soldiers will stop moving. They are controlled purely just by her will. Yeah, I wanted to do a lot of memes in this section. Glad you guys like them. But yeah, that is how the soldiers work. They are storage for the souls of authors who died. And the reason why Gretel and Hugo and Shinrin, their authors, were turned into characters, it is purely because they survived the time limit but did not meet their objective. And the notebook needed to basically store them somehow before it could reset. So it just turns them into a character and kind of locks away, hides their memories for the time being until it's time to exit the book. So that's why the notebook says, their memories are not gone. I returned them to them. It's because the notebook was like holding on to the memories and holding on to their personalities and such until it was time to go. So yeah, I hope that answers the question of how the soldiers work. Just want to give chat a second to catch up in case anybody has any residual questions about the soldiers.
Makes sense.
Can we please have the Nene as an emoji? Sure, I can add that to the server after the stream.
Yes.
Cringe ass Nene, baby.
I love them so much. I still need to make my
Goofy
OC.
little guys.
Yeah, you have a soldier OC.
Yeah, it's the exact same one as all the others, except it has the hots for Gretel. And so, like, it just blushes and continues to do whatever it's told.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And doesn't it have like a stain on its uniform?
Yeah, absolutely. Where he was probably stabbed.
Yeah. Chocolate stain.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff.
All right. So now it's time for viewer submitted questions. Allie and Duck, you guys are watching the stream, so there's going to be delay. I'm just going to go ahead and show all of the questions on screen here, and we can just go down the line once it catches up. I need to make a Cthalia OC overall. I'd be interested to see OCs. I love OCs.
Yeah, I like when we got the author reveal, I was like, oh my gosh, I should make like an author Sona or do like an author AU of some of my guys.
All right. Whoever wants to ask the first one, and we'll just alternate. Doesn't matter to me.
Go for it.
I'll go first.
Okay.
If Alice failed and became a character, what kind of character would she be?
Good question. So I imagine because the author's history outside of the book and general motivations are taken into account when the notebook creates a character for them. I'd imagine Alice would not be one of the major faction leaders because I think that the book wouldn't feel a need to add a fourth country in. I feel like she would be someone like a solitary poet or a solitary writer in unclaimed territory, who maybe she's the one who you go to hear the prophecy. Maybe she's the one who, maybe the notebook, because all of the like quote unquote lore backstory, like a lot, it was fabricated by the book, right? It didn't actually happen. The book wrote the backstory that it needed to bring the story forwards, right? So it can change when like new characters come in and like the world changes. It can change sort of what the quote unquote lore of the world is for the next author. So perhaps, perhaps Alice is the one who, like, Alice's character would be the one who discovered the prophecy, and you go to her to read the scroll. Shinran takes you to her. I can't imagine her having a major faction role, but I can imagine her being like a support and like someone like a reason to go into the unclaimed territories as opposed to the three main factions. Yeah.
You should design her a version where she becomes one, but you have to add stripes and a cat tail and a cat ear and make her smile a lot. No particular reason.
Oh yeah, no reason
So
at all.
So true.
All right.
Ready for the next?
Yep, hit me.
If Alice failed and died, what flavor candy soldier would she be?
So, I'm going to match your silly, right? The canonical answer is same flavor as all the other candy soldiers, just plain sugar. Gretel didn't really add any flavoring. But because she's blue and she has blue eyes and a blue dress, I'm going to say she'd be blueberry or blue raspberry.
Let's go.
Or maybe coffee flavored because she kind of survived on that during college. Actually, yeah, I changed my answer. Coffee flavor.
Chocolate. I'm sure that's a thing.
I mean, yeah, coffee and chocolate is a pretty well-known combo.
Mhm.
All right. Next question.
Alrighty, so why is Louise like that? What was happening before the notebook came into her life?
So, this is kind of detailed on Louise's Toy House page, which just got released yesterday after the questions came in, but I'll answer it anyways. She was an orphan. She is from the early 1900s, so over a century before Alice's time. She lost her parents when she was young. She doesn't remember how she lost them. She just knows that she lost them. She's too young to remember. And kind of she had to fend for herself on the streets of Paris. And that, caused a lot of course, developmental issues for her. She never really had like a support parental figure to lean on to help her. She had to kind of teach herself how to read, which she did through children's books that she would find discarded occasionally. And she always dreamed of, she always envied the princesses in those books who lived in, big shiny castles and had everything they could ever need and didn't have to worry about anything. So she began to daydream a lot and just kind of imagine herself away. And so when she got the book, she kind of jumped at the chance to, have an escape and have an out and have that world where she could, be happy and be seen as not just, a filthy, disgusting, like, street urchin. So she, and then when the loop started, all of that hope was, like, just suddenly ripped from her. And, you may be thinking, wow, the Notebook is such an asshole for just taking that away all of a sudden. And yeah, you're right, but also consider the point of view that the Notebook didn't realize that it was hurting her because it, again, is kind of above emotion. It doesn't really comprehend human emotion and human thought and human feeling. It enjoyed the time it spent with her, but above all else, it needed its story to end. It wanted that was its biggest desire, was that ending, and it didn't realize how much it was hurting Louise. I still don't think it fully comprehends it, but it knows that she's hurt. So having all of that hope and all of that, suddenly ripped away from her, was traumatic, and kind of caused her to shut down in a cave until, hope was offered in the form of Alice. I hope that answers your question. I don't really know what to make of why is Louise like that, but I hope backstory is enough to, kind of provide some context to her. All right.
Why did you keep the reason for the creation of the Notebook/story and the creator of the Notebook ambiguous?
To quote insert disc 5, the creator of In Stars and Time, it's your turn. I wanted to leave a few things ambiguous just for the sake of fan theories and for the sake of, I feel like it's important to not, like, there's a fine line between leaving a story feeling unfinished and leaving a story feeling open-ended, if that makes any sense. Because, in life, we never really have all the answers to everything. We never really get closure to everything in the way that we want. And there are some things that just, like, even in real life, that never really get answered, and that's okay. And that's kind of what I felt with the creation of the book, is that we don't know who created the book. We don't know why they created the book. We don't know how the book got to Louise. All we know is that it did. And it's like the Notebook, to quote the Notebook itself, it says, I do not know of the one who created me in your world. I know only that they are, and therefore I am. So at the end of the day, sometimes you're not going to get an answer to the big burning question. So you just kind of have to take what you have and create, like, just take what you have and accept whatever shreds of an answer you have, and just realize that, like, there's not an answer to this, but there is an answer to this because this thing exists, but I don't know what the answer is, and I just have to accept that. So I left it ambiguous for mostly just fan theory reasons. Who do you think created the book? I think it's important to leave some things open-ended just for the sake of like afterthoughts. But yeah. I hope that answers your question. I am thou art I. Okay, Persona.
So, the next question is, does Alice attempt to learn French, or does Louise learn English?
I can't answer that yet.
Dun dun dun.
Alright then. When the souls turn into candy soldiers, do they still feel an experience as if they are a bystander watching themselves kill? Or do they only are they only fuel to make the body go?
They are only fuel. However, when the souls are released from the book, because the Notebook does, again, store memories, I imagine that somehow, in some way, those memories and knowledge would be returned. So during their time as a soldier, no, they are only fuel to make the body go. They are not watching. I don't know which is more messed up, honestly. But yeah, they're just fuel.
So, does Gretel lose her eye in real life? What about her vision?
So I kept this question in because we know that in the epilogue, sorry, I hope this isn't me like shitting on you, Ellie, like, oh, we already know the answer to your question. Like,
I wanted you to cover it. Listen.
yeah, I mean, I left it in for a reason, because although she does not carry that injury over to real life, she will experience phantom pains on that side of her face from time to time. Mostly, primarily, like, within the first 6 months after leaving the book. She will experience the phantom pain of there being an injury there, like feeling like there's an injury there, but there's not. So she doesn't have any vision loss issues, but like there is phantom pains on that side of her face. Fun times. Hi, Ghana. Welcome to the stream. All right. How many were on this slide? This is it. Okay. Once the stream catches up.
Do, 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 do.
La la la. All right. Allie, you're next, right?
Yes. From Alice, did you have a clear story in mind for Cthalia, or did the characters develop the story as you started writing?
So the characters kind of developed it as I started writing. I came up when I adopted Alice, right? When I adopted Alice's original design from Soth and Kai on Toy House, I did what I do with most adopts. You know, I don't do adoptable designs anymore. But at the time, I wouldn't adopt a design unless I had a story idea to put them in. Not only because, you know, I wanted to make sure I used whatever design I adopted, but also because I felt like if I had an idea for the character, then that would, you know, make me a more convincing home, because I would have a use for them, and I would be showing the person putting the design up that I had a use for them. So when I adopted Alice, I saw the words on her skirt and I went, oh, that's kind of cool. That's a neat design element. And then I like closed Toy House and just sat on it for like a day. And in that time, my brain came up with, oh, what if, you know, this character like finds a magic notebook and is taken into like a fantasy world via a magic notebook. And of course, this idea came from the writing on her skirt. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Let's, you know, put that in a comment and make my offer and see if I get accepted. And I did. So that was the very beginning of Cthalia, was just that thought. And then as I was like, I was like holding on to Alice's design. It was like a month, I think. I adopted her in February of 2021. 1 month later, my sister puts up an adoptable set, and Gretel's original design is in it. And I saw that and I went, oh, that's a cute design. And then again, closed Toy House, sat on it for like a day, and let my brain stew, you know, see what I could come up with. And my brain was like, hey, we need characters for this story concept that we have. What if this character here, because she has like the cream puff headpiece or the vanilla whipped cream like headpiece thing, and she looks pastel-y, what if she was like, what if she had like a candy city in the story? And then what if, you know, there were other cities or like factions that like were at odds with each other? And what if the candy faction was the antagonist? Because wouldn't it be so funny if like, oh, candy, sweets, pastel was the bad guys? And I yapped all of this to Kara, and she was like, okay, yeah, you take the design. And then from there, once I had Gretel, I was like, okay, I need more factions. and then my brain came up with forest and industry, and then Hugo and Shin appeared, and then I had to start thinking of, okay, what's the lore? What's the like glue that ties this whole thing together? Excuse me. What's the glue that ties this whole thing together? And then, eventually, the idea of there being more than one outsider brought into this world came up in my head, and then the concept of Louise happened. So it TLDR, it developed as I was getting the characters. I didn't start writing until I want to say after that art fight in 2021, or no, it was sometime around summer of 2021. I made and got the designs in like winter, spring, and started writing in summer. And I had like a general point A to point B for like major plot events, but the filler was like everything in between, the jelly of the sandwich was kind of created and filled in as I wrote. So yeah, TLDR, it developed as I started writing. I had like the general gist of what I wanted once I had all my main characters designed, and then it just kind of the way that I write is very stream of thought, so it just kind of took on shape as I wrote. Very long answer to a very short question.
But it's a process question. Of course, it's going to be a long, rambly one.
True.
So
Fair enough.
The next question then is, how do you stay motivated while you're writing?
So with Cthalia specifically, once I really got into a groove and kind of realized, oh, I can make something out of this. This is actually a thing that I can do. I was like, okay, I need to set some sort of goal or some sort of timeline for myself. So that I can, keep up with this. And so what I ended up coming up with myself was one day of the week, each week, I would set aside a day for just writing. I wouldn't let myself draw or play games or do any of that. There was one day a week that was writing only. And this was kind of loose. There were some weeks where I wrote for multiple days. There were some weeks where, I had a few, months where I just took, a break from it because I needed to, sit down and think about where the story was going next. But setting goals for yourself, saying, okay, I'm going to write, I picked Wednesdays, writing Wednesdays. I was like, okay, I'm going to write on Wednesdays. Setting goals for yourself is a bona fide way to keep yourself motivated on big projects like this, because they are big. They take a while. They're very time consuming. They're very they consume a lot of energy. They take a lot of effort. It's difficult, but setting goals is the best way, I think, to stay motivated while writing, and also just keeping in mind the end goal. Thinking about, oh, this is gonna be so cool once it's done, was also a good way for pushing myself forward, was just thinking about how awesome it was going to be once it was finished.
All right. The next one is, by the way, we have to read it. It's from Yowie Yowie Yowie. How did the story of Cthalia start in your brain? Who was the first character you came up with or fleshed out?
So the first character, I guess you could say the first character I came up with was Alice, because she was the first adoptable I got. I don't know who was fleshed out first, but because I feel like I was kind of working on all of them simultaneously. And, some of the, I would do development on Shinrin, and that would cause some development in Hugo. I would do, and cause some development in Gretel and all that. So they kind of fleshed each other out. But the first character I came up with was Alice.
So, are the other authors missing persons? We know Greta was gone for 3 years. Did anyone look for her?
So, I'm going to be for real. I don't know how missing persons cases work, but I can imagine that, yes, they are considered missing persons in some way. Greta was gone for 3 years. Shinji and Hugh were also gone for similar amounts of time. Because, you know, the book brings authors in so quickly and so often, and time works different. Time is stretched out much more in the book than it is out here. Did anyone look for her? I don't know. I don't know if I can give a solid answer to that, because I haven't really thought about it, but I do imagine she pretty much lived alone in Germany and didn't have like a ton of like immediate connections aside from work. So I don't know if anyone would have really looked for her.
No one liked her, and they were happy she was gone.
Also,
Right.
really quick, I want to give a live thank you to my dad, my goat, for going out and getting dinner. Thank you.
We love you, Dad.
Everyone say
Shout
thank you,
out.
Grandpa Location.
Thank you, Grandpa Location.
Location.
All right. Wait. No, I have fat person.
Yeah,
questions with-
Allie, you're next.
It is my turn. This is a two-parter, so we'll start with the first half. How did Shinran survive the air crash, avoid being found by Gretel when she searched the fleet? This might have been in the chapter. I had to skim because I was at work. Cries!
So he survived out of sheer luck, honestly. The entire mission with the airships was dangerous. It was incredibly risky. There was a very, very real possibility that Shinran would die in that crash or be found by Gretel, and everything would be over. Basically, he was on one of the ships that didn't get shot out of the sky, so he was able to at least, you know, prepare himself for the descent and was able to bunker down for the for when it hit the ground. The moment that the ship hit the ground, he had to skedaddle. He had to skedaddle out of there. So the moment the ship hit the ground, he jumped out and ducked into enemy lines, took out whatever candy soldiers or avoided candy soldiers. He used the distraction to his advantage because Gretel was so focused on the ships coming down out of the sky and trying to stop them from hitting the ground, she didn't notice what was happening on the ground. So he used that distraction to quickly jump into one of the tanks, take out whatever soldiers were in there, and just lie in wait.
Alright. Does Alice enroll Louise in school once she learns English? How old is she? My little French potato fry daughter.
So Louise, I assume we're talking physical age. Louise is 11. I cannot answer the rest of that question yet. Next, we have one of two massive question chunks from May.
Oh boy, let's
So
go.
I guess you guys can just alternate between bullet points.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Whenever they appear on the screen.
Yeah.
May, why'd you write so much? Man, this delay.
Alrighty.
I'm
It's
sorry the
really
delay's
over
so
now.
bad.
It's really over now. How do you feel?
That is a loaded question, my friend. I feel really, you know, I feel a big sense of pride in getting this book done. I feel, you know, it's kind of unreal that I got this far, that I wrote this whole thing, that, you know, 4 years ago I started it, and now we're here. It's unreal. It's crazy. I'm feeling a lot of emotions, but all of them positive. If I guess that's the best answer I can really give to that. A lot of emotions, but all of them positive.
Alright, does Alice's book ever get published? What was her book even about?
Yes, her book does get published. I do not have any sort of confirmation on what exactly it was about, but I do know that it was a realistic fiction novel. I imagine that she gets much more into writing like proper fantasy fiction after Cthalia. She gains a sort of love and appreciation for it that she didn't have before. And she starts to see the appeal in the genre, and so I'd imagine that like the book that she was writing before the book that she was writing before she came into the Notebook was not her only, will not be her only book. She does become a published author that is fairly well known and pretty successful. We love that for her. We love to see a queen winning. But what was her book about? I don't know.
Question that everyone wants to know the answer to. After everyone gets their life together, Shin, Hugo, Greta, does Louise still stay with Alice? And does Louise learn English?
Louise does stay with Alice, and I can't answer whether or not she learns English. Louise adopts Alice's last name, so she becomes Alice Kentala.
Aww. So cute.
Alright, we know Greta was a baker and Shinji was an office worker, but what does Hugh do in reality?
Hugh owns, he doesn't, it's owned by his family, but he is basically the main operator of a bookshop in London. A little, one story local bookshop that he lives on top of in an apartment. Yeah, he is a bookstore owner.
Love that. Love Hugh even more. So, what happened to the book after it disappeared? Are there more books like it out there?
So the book has not disappeared. The book is only closed. There are not more notebooks. There is only one notebook. I can say that for certain. There is only one. But the book has not yet disappeared. Nepo baby! People calling you a Nepo baby in chat. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a family business, you kind of inherit it. So.
Alright, what does Alice's bedroom look like? In description or sketch, your choice.
Think standard one-bedroom apartment. I'd imagine it's not insanely cramped, but it's also not insanely spacious, kind of that Goldilocks, sort of just the right amount of space for one person. I do not know yet whether or not she moves out of it later. She probably gets a new apartment once, Louise starts to settle in. But I don't have an answer about that. I also don't have a sketch or a crazy description. I imagine she lived fairly minimally, aside from she strikes me as the type of person to have tons of bookshelves in her room. But yeah. Just think your standard one bedroom. Sorry, I don't have a crazy description for it.
This next one isn't so much a question, but I need the author names and possible iterations of the author outfits so bad.
You will be getting them. You will be getting the iterations of the author outfits for Greta, Hugh, and Shinji eventually. Hopefully in the very near future. However, I can say, as you can see on my little model, there is a feminine and masculine variant of the outfits. There is the dress, and there is basically, imagine a simple shirt, vest, pants, tie type thing. So there's the two main variants, and they come in different colors depending on the character.
All right. Did the book simply exaggerate some of the people's worst details, or were they always there, just made to fit in their character's mold? Example, Gretel's apathy and tyranny, Shinran's wounds.
So, yes. The characters were made as a caricature of the author, and were primarily built around whatever desire brought that author to the book. Yeah, it's the same, just with color variations, Avery. Wow, stream delay is really bad. I'm so sorry. Yeah. But yeah, and as the loops continued, think of it like each time the story reset, the characters became more intense. So Gretel, as the loops went on and on and on, became more of a tyrant, more, commanding, more just, domineering, I guess. I don't know what the words I'm looking for, but you get it. Shinrin became more chaotic. He became more flippant. He became more just off the walls. He became more unpredictable. Hugo boxed himself in more and more and more. He became even more apathetic towards humans. He shut himself in more. So yes, they you could say they exaggerate their worst details, because the desires that brought them to the book, you could say, are their worst traits, and that because that's what the characters were built off of, that's what became, the most intense and most prominent.
Very, very interesting. So, is Shinji going to have identity issues from now on? Because of the combined memories.
I can't answer that yet.
Da, 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 da.
Do we get an Echo variant of the author outfit?
Yes, we do. I'm wearing it right now.
You look adorable.
Thank you.
Does Louise adopt a pet rabbit after the epilogue?
No, she does not. But I imagine she does get a plush bunny that she carries around with her pretty much everywhere.
After the characters escape from the book, do they still retain some habits from when they were in there? Do they miss the characters inside?
Oh, that's a good question that I don't know if I have a solid answer to right now. I'd imagine for some of them, it depends on retaining their habits. I'd say it depends on how they react to the character. Like how they handle the whole situation. Base Louise. Also, hi Cal, welcome! welcome! You made it!
Congrats on winning.
Yeah, congrats on second place in the contest! Now that you're here, I can let you know I'll be DMing you your prize after the stream's over. So, yeah, congrats. But, yeah, missing the characters inside of it, I feel like it would be more like missing a memory. Or missing, like, I don't know. That's a really good question that I don't know. I don't know if I have a solid answer to. I'm sorry.
So, what was the hardest part of the entire process? Was there any difficulties that stood out to you?
That damn fight scene in Act 4 was so difficult to write. That was probably the hardest part of the entire book for me, because I had never written a fight scene that long. That was like a 30-page fight scene. With like multiple different perspectives and multiple different, things happening, and it was shaking my fist. I'm really happy with how it turned out, but shaking my fist, that was so hard. About the entire process, though, I don't know if there was anything like in particular that like was super difficult, aside from just some scenes. Like I don't know. It was long. It took a while, but I wouldn't say it was difficult or hard. I don't know. I just kind of went at my own pace. When I needed breaks, I took breaks. When I wanted to write, I wrote. Some scenes took a little bit longer to stew on, but others came naturally, and yeah.
All right, here's a 3-part question, but we'll read it all in one go.
Yep.
What would you say is a general outline of the process from start to finish? What was there a plan or checklist? Did you prioritize the writing of certain characters over others?
So I kind of talked about this in an earlier question, but I I didn't. So the way that I write, is I will kind of piece the thing together in my head, say, okay, I know point A, I know point B, I don't know how to get there, we'll figure it out as we write. So there was not really a checklist. There was just, I knew what I wanted and I wrote until I got there. I did not jump around. I did not write some scenes before others. I wrote the draft linear. There were some parts that like I would put like a placeholder for like later, but generally I wrote it scene to scene. Which may be kind of odd, but you know, that's how I did it. So no, I didn't prioritize the writing of certain characters over others. I just wrote it as it came in my head, and I did what I had to do to move. There were like, I would, between major scenes, I would sit down and think, okay, what do I have to do next? And I would think in my head, okay, we need this and this and this and this and this and this. And I would just sit down and I would write it. And then when I got to my next major scene I knew I wanted, I would sit down again and go, okay, what do I need next? And then this and this and this and this and this. And I would just write until I got there. You're too powerful. Yeah. Oh dear. I know that that's a very odd way of doing it, because a lot of people will have like a checklist, or they'll have like, you know, some scenes written and some scenes not. But for me it was I had some scenes planned in my head, but I wouldn't let myself put them onto paper until I got there, which I'm kind of glad that I did, because, you know, a lot of the scenes changed as I was writing. There were a lot of things that like I thought I was going to do, but I ended up not doing. So I kind of got to, as the story went on, judge for myself, okay, does this idea that I have still match with what I've written? And if the answer was no, then I would change it. So yeah, no, I wouldn't say there was a plan or a checklist or anything. I just kind of had some scenes in my head that I knew I wanted, and then just went from point A to point B.
Yeah, so what was the most difficult character to write?
Ooh, Gretel. I wrote her very deliberately. And I think I've talked about this before. And I was saving this ramble for this question, because I had, for all of the characters in Cthalia, I had specific rules on what I could and could not show with them. For Shinrin, it was I never show his internal dialogue. That was a rule. If Alice is not present in the scene, but Hugo is, then Hugo gets the internal dialogue. I never show Shin's internal thought process. That was a rule with him. For Gretel, it was not only not showing her internal thought process, but also I told myself we need to be very, very, very deliberate about where we show her and how we use her. There was a video essay that I watched around the time I started getting like the ball really rolling on Cthalia about writing villains and how to write an effective villain. And specifically this video was talking about Bill Cipher and the Nowhere King from Centaur World, and specifically why they worked so well as villains. And it's because the writing it's very deliberate when you get to see them, and you don't get to see them often. And the reason for that is to make the scenes where they do show up even more impactful. Because if the reader is not allowed to get comfortable with your character, then every time that character shows up on screen, it will be a sort of, oh crap, what are they going to do this time? You know, like, you don't get to learn their motives. You don't get to predict what they're going to do next because you rarely see them. And a lot of the talk of them, and this is true in Gretel's case, is just other characters talking about the villain. You know, like, we hear a lot about Gretel from Shinrin and Hugo, and we see her effects on the world, but we don't often get to see her. And that's very intentional, but it also made her really, really difficult to write, because I had to be very deliberate about when I used her and how, and what I showed in each scene with her. Like, there are only, 5 scenes in the book where she shows up. When she meets Alice, when she sees the fairies, right, in her palace, we see her on Infiltration Day when she's in the middle of the square. We see her right before the final fight with the airships, and we see her during the final fight. So out of a 133-word novel, Gretel is she only appears 5 times. Which made me have to be insanely deliberate about what I showed and where. Like, a lot of the quote-unquote character development for her was sequestered to that final scene with Alice, because I didn't have the time to show her motivations and show her like I didn't have time to show her, you know? And while I think that is like a very strong way of writing a villain, especially in a story like Cthalia, it makes her automatically the most difficult character to write because I don't get a lot of time with her. So yeah, that Gretel for sure. Shinrin was not difficult. He was just like he wasn't difficult. He just took a little bit more thought because, you know, he has so many conflicting motivations and so much going on in his head. But he didn't pose like a struggle like Gretel did. And again, I wouldn't even say it was too much of a struggle, but like she was difficult just because I didn't get much time with her. So, yeah.
All right. Were there certain quirks, traits of your own that you gave to certain characters? If so, which characters and what traits?
So I kind of put a little bit of me in every single character that I create. That's just like I feel like that's just part and parcel of being an author and a character creator. But you know, I believe Alice fiddles with her hands a few times when she's thinking. I do that. I fiddle with things. You know, I don't know. I never really think about my own quirks. Because, you know, they're just normal to me. I don't see them really as much as quirks as much as like other people might. So yeah, I don't think I have a solid answer to that, except for, you know, Alice also fiddles with her hair sometimes, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. She'll like grab her braid or something. Which I'm doing that right now. I'm stimming with my hair right now as I speak. But yeah, so don't know, not sure. Sorry.
Favorite NPC, go.
Merlin.
Let's go.
He climbed the ranks pretty quick. For me. All right, and then we have
with all of us.
Another chunk of questions from Issa once the stream catches up. La 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 la. Hugo got your autism, yeah.
So true.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. All right, are Issa's questions on screen yet?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yowie. All right. How does Louise handle integrating into modern society, and what do her and Alice's future look like living together?
Can't answer that, sorry.
So what happens to all of the characters after the epilogue? How do they keep in touch? Do they go back to their own lives and cultures? Did people think they were dead, etc.?
Can't answer that either, sorry.
What were each of the faction leaders like before Cthalia? What were their hobbies and personal lives like?
So, Greta was very much experiencing a minimum wage job frustration. She had the routine of, you know, wake up, go work, hate work, come home, you know? So she didn't have a ton of friends outside of work. She didn't have, you know, she kind of kept to herself. She was very, she was generally pretty like aggressive and angry and just resting bitch face all the time because she was just so sick of, you know, not having control over her life and not having, you know, having to live on these small paychecks, and she hated it. She hated feeling constricted. She was very angry before the book. She had a fair bit of anger issues. But hobby-wise, she I don't know, honestly. I haven't thought too heavily about like the finer details. I know she wanted more, but she was just constantly so fed up that and frustrated that she spent a lot of time just staying at home, you know, like wishing and being upset. You know, she was baby raging, lots of baby raging. Sorry, that's not a great answer. Shinji had a similar situation. He was also feeling, work burnout, but in a different way. He was an office worker. He lived in Tokyo. He had a soul-crushing, like, office cubicle job, and he also wanted more. He spent any time that he wasn't working, he would be drawing. He, again, always wanted to be a mangaka. So he would spend time doodling, coming up with like ideas for manga, and just like, he loved playing video games. I can say that for sure. He did like video games, but he would often stay up so late, trying to just escape through his hobbies and escape through, like, just the things that did make him happy, that he would end up being overtired the next day for work. And the cycle just kind of repeated itself. He would often fall into, depressive bouts because of all of it. And yeah, him and Greta both had, a lot of like work issues in different ways. Hugh was he lived by himself. He, helped, like, he ran his family bookstore, lived above it. He read a lot. Like, he would read so much in his spare time. I imagine that, like little like trinkets and clockwork treasures and stuff, I can imagine he'd have a fascination towards them. But never really, if anything, they would be like a hobby. Like, those like model, like there are little model gear sets that are made out of like strengthened cardboard. I don't know if you guys have ever seen these. But you can like put them together. They're like little model kits and build these like little clockwork things. Like there's one that I've seen where you can like put together like there's like an actual clock that you could, like a working clock you could make, and like model kits. I feel like he'd love those sorts of things. And those would be a big hobby of his. Again, kind of projecting myself here because I love those. But, reading models, not like like Gunpla or like models like that, like, little clockwork kits. And he did also cook. He knew how to cook, and he made he did some cooking in his spare time as well. But he wanted, like, he was lonely. He was so lonely. And the Notebook smelled it on him. The Notebook was like, I know what you need. You need a boyfriend.
So what you're saying is the Notebook was the original Clockwork Forest shipper?
Yes. Very true.
Reset every single time until got the ship.
So, that's about the best answer I can give to that.
Fabulous. So, do you have any idea of what the previous authors were like? Personalities, why they failed?
So, previous authors, I do not have any, aside from, the big three. No, I don't have any ideas as to their lives or anything. I feel like, again, that's ambiguous territory that I'm leaving up for, fans to, decipher and put and figure out stuff, just open territory, so no, I don't have any ideas.
To make your authoroses.
Yeah, make your authoroses, guys.
Why is Carne sentient? What is the origin? And were they created by someone?
Why is Carne sentient? Because that's how they were created. What is their origin? We don't know. Were they created by someone? Yes, but there is no indication as to who, and I will not be giving that.
How did the Cthalia NPCs work? Were they authors like the Candy Soldiers or fictional life created by Carnet? Did they ever have sentience? What happened to them after the end of the book?
So they are not authors. None of the NPCs are authors. They are fictional life created by Carne to fill in, the different factions. I imagine that Gretel, there were candy soldiers in, like early editions of the Sacred Empire, but they just didn't move. They were considered to be quote unquote unfinished. So like it was something that like in Gretel's mind at the time she was actively working on, right? The fairies and animals and the automata are all fictional life created by Carne. The moment that the notebook reached an ending, consider like the world sort of froze, and at the time the only things that were important to the notebook's closure were the authors. So like consider like it just kind of stopped. And the moment that the book got closed, the fictional life created by Carne, I don't know if it was put on hold. I don't know if it was like paused or if Carne just completely like kind of wiped them. But they are fictional life created by Carne. Just to fill in the factions. Did they ever have sentience? I'm going to take sentience. I'm going to take that as, did they know that they were NPCs? No, they never did. And they never got the chance to, because when the ending was reached and the notebook revealed its full form, everything was kind of paused. What happened to them after the end of the book? After the book ended, again, I don't know if they just got frozen inside of the book. I don't know, but they were not needed anymore, as horrible as that sounds. Carne didn't need them to finish the story anymore, so it just kind of, I don't know. Sorry.
How did the faction leaders view their Cthalia selves? Did they see them as different versions of themselves or different people altogether?
I don't think I can answer this one.
Issa in here with all of the can't answers.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
I guess I can give the basic gist, just like one sentence each. I can summarize it all into one sentence and then leave the details out. Greta denies Gretel's existence. Shinji blurs Shinrin. And Hugh just fully, Hugh takes it the best. I guess that's what I can say. And I feel like I can say this because it was hinted at in the epilogue. But everything else, wait and see. I can't answer.
Do you have an approximation on how many loops the faction leaders endured, or how many years they felt like they lived in the book? How many of their memories did Shin and Hugh recover?
So, I do not have an approximation. I can say though that generally, the notebook was bringing in, let's see, if 1 month is 6 hours, the notebook brought in a minimum of 4 new authors per day for 3 years. That is bare minimum, so you can do the math if you want. 4 times 365. But there were a lot of loops that were shorter. No one really made it past 15, so you could say that the notebook was actually bringing in a minimum of 24 divided by 3, 7, 8? 8? Yeah. Right? Is my math right?
Calculator app.
24 divided by 3.
Eight.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess you could say that the notebook was bringing in a bare minimum of 8 new authors per day. And some didn't live until all the way to the 15, right? Or 16, whatever. So do the math. How many years they felt like they lived in the book? Again, there's your estimation. How many of their memories did Shin and Hugh recover? Greta recovered everything. Hugh and Shinrin recovered enough. Take that as you will.
Why did Carne choose to start turning authors into candy soldiers who helped Gretel, even though they could turn into book characters?
So it's because the soldiers were the notebook couldn't stick a soul into something that it had already given like artificial life to, right? Like the big thing with the candy soldiers is the reason why the notebook could put a soul in them is because they were empty cases. Like, this isn't to say that the automata and the fairies and the animals had souls, but they weren't empty. The saccharine soldiers were empty. They were empty cases that could store things. So that's what the notebook used. So that's why, like, it doesn't think based on, like, it doesn't have the same thought processes we do. It just was doing what it had to do to get the loops to continue and keep searching for an ending. So what it had to do was put the souls somewhere, and the saccharine soldiers were the best spot. So that's why.
Why could Gretel control the candy soldiers, but Shin and Hugo couldn't if they were created by Carne? Is there a world where Shin or Hugo could have taken over the army?
There is not a world where Shin or Hugo could have taken over the army, because the army was controlled by Gretel's will specifically, because they were her quote-unquote creations. They were made for her, so therefore she is the one who got control over them. Well, that's all of the questions that have been put in to stream. Unfortunately, we are running a little bit past time, so I don't think I'm going to answer chat questions. But I think we covered a lot.
Oh yeah.
You did awesome.
Oh, I'm going to read chat. Imagine the person who got isekai'd right before Alice. That's got to be rough. Yeah. Man, the news must have been wild. Crazy 3 years since Greta disappeared. Crazy 3 years since Greta disappeared, where there's probably going to be so many missing reports every day. Yeah. But if you think about it in the grand scheme of things, there are billions, trillions, however many people in the world. It's like a drop in the bucket, which is crazy. Not only that, but the notebook, specifically, this is another thing with the notebook too, it picked people that, and this is going to sound really bad when I say it, wouldn't be missed by the wider populace. Like, it wasn't going to pick like a CEO or someone who was like really important to Earth, you know? It was picking like your average people. So like I'd imagine, and it picked from like all countries all over the world, right? So there'd be some from the United States, some from Canada, some from, you know, like other countries like, you know, Belgium and, you know, Russia, like everywhere. It was pulling from everywhere. There were authors of all kinds of ethnicities and just being taken in. So it was like, you know, a few things, like a few people from like each country, you know, so there never was really like a massive like, oh, you know, 2,000 people from Texas mysteriously disappeared. Oh no. It was like just a few people here and there from like so many different countries. Yeah. So people no one would have missed. Alice, my darling diva, I would miss her. Were there other children who were picked? Did Louise ever have friends? I imagine that there were children who were picked, but Louise shut herself away pretty soon into the loops. So I don't know if there were, you know, if she specifically befriended anyone. And I feel like especially after the loops started and she realized what was going on, she wouldn't let herself get attached. Texas mentioned, yeah. Okay. Before we go on to the final segment, unfortunately, I need to take another really short break. I'm sorry. I need to use the restroom again.
Go piss, girl.
Allie, and Duck, are you guys okay entertaining chat for a couple minutes?
Oh, I'm sure we can manage.
got
I'm sure the
this.
two of us can manage.
We're the best.
All right.
Yeah. No, we're so funny. we're the comedians. I'm the jester for you know. I'm
Yeah.
jester.
And
You're the
my
g-
job is beautiful.
You're the jester, and Allie is the skin beast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, he's one of my favorite OCs. How could you?
I'm sorry, your profile picture, it looks like just a flesh beast. Okay, I need to go.
Shoo.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
I'll be right back. Sorry, guys.
I do want to say I wanted to comment, but I noticed it too late. If you go back to where chaos drops from this call, you'll notice Echo slowly moves the two of us closer to each other, and I'm just like,
Beautiful.
it's so good.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. All right, chat. I know there's gonna be a delay, but what was everyone's favorite character, and what was everyone's favorite scene?
Excellent question.
Ho ha ha.
Considering we had to answer, you have to answer too. Everyone must.
Okay, fun question for you, and because Echo's away, I feel like we can answer this. Least favorite character, why?
Ooh. That's tricky.
Don't worry, Echo's not gonna rewatch 3 hours of this. She'll never know.
Do you have an answer while I'm thinking of mine?
I'm also trying to think right now. See, I loved Merlin, so I'm like thinking.
You
okay,
can't say Merlin.
Maybe there's a side character, but I love Jules too, and I love Belle. I probably love Belle.
I guess that leaves Captain Harris.
Oh yeah, forget Captain Harris. No, least favorite character of all time is that one automaton who sits upon the gate and is like, Alice, flesh, no come in.
So true.
We should say something outrageous and upset the chat. Gretel's my least favorite character. I actually hate Gretel.
How could you do this? What about the toxic Yuri lovers?
Oh, I hate them both, actually. They're the worst, actually. I hated when they, like, held hands and stuff. That was, like, my least favorite scene. You got it.
Shaking my head. How dare they?
They're the worst. Like, I always saw them as haters. Least favorite. I'm trying to think of like a least favorite scene. I do think there's a handful of moments in like Ash Hollow that I'm like, oh, this is lingering on too much. I know what's going to happen next. Let's just skip this conversation and move to the fun part. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's always the tricky stuff, isn't it? It's the
balance.
The downtime is important, but also the action.
Yeah, it's like it's hard when you're writing to get a good balance of develop your character while also develop story.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, Echo does this pretty well for both of them.
Unfortunately? What do you mean, unfortunately?
Because it's hard to pick a least favorite. I mean, I hated the whole book, actually.
Now that's a controversial take.
I'm trying to upset the chat. It's not working yet. Oh, I got a hair.
No, you have. You got some gasps and liars, and this is homophobic. And right before Pride Month, how could you be homophobic before Pride Month? In fact, it is Pride Month for me. It's already June, where I am.
It's not Pride Month. I can still be homophobic for 4 more hours.
Four entire hours.
Well,
4 entire hours of just unbridled homophobia. How could you do this?
Is that what we're gonna fill the 5 minutes Echo is gone with? We're just gonna fill it with homophobia.
No, we're not. We are not. I don't know what you're doing, but
I'm trying to get Echo to kick me from the stream. It hasn't worked yet.
Well, Echo's not here. Echo can't do anything.
And no one's gonna tell Echo what I said here. So we're good to go.
That's our little secret. Shh.
Yeah, just online to the entire internet. It's a little secret. Shh.
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh no! Hey, what's up?
Let me just
Look at that.
let me just read back chat a little bit.
Oh no! You shouldn't listen to them.
See what
They're
I
liars.
missed.
You missed nothing. How was your
Nothing.
break?
Oh, my break was great. It looks like my kids were throwing rocks at each other again.
Yeah, just
Hee hee.
yep. There was the emerald again. Yep. Mm-hmm.
There's nothing at all controversial which was said.
Something-
Absolutely.
Something I'm seeing homophobic.
No, absolutely.
There was absolutely no homophobia. It's Pride Month. What are we talking
Yeah.
about?
Come on, Echo. Why would there be homophobia in this con, right?
We were perfect little angels.
We were not trying to get you
Especially
demonetized.
Allie.
Echo, hurry and go to the
Allie
next
was
section. My dad wants to
especially
watch Spy Family. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was an angel. Thank you, Duck. Now,
I
Duck
take
was
my
a little.
jester bow. and
Duck
get off
was
stage.
a little controversial, admittedly, but it's okay.
How could you do this to me? How could you betray me?
Oh dear. All right. Well, since we're back, I guess it's time for the final segment of the stream.
Go.
All right. Unfortunately, I have to pop out here.
Oh crap! There were more questions.
Oh no. Well,
No.
I have to hop out.
Yeah, totally
Fairly
cool.
well.
Bye,
Love you
Allie.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Bye bye. Duck, do you need to hop out?
I can stay if you want me to, but I can also hop out if it's easier for you to.
Maybe for the final section it'll be easier. Yeah. I don't mean to like kick you off the stream, but
No. Fairly well then.
bye bye.
times.
Thank you for showing up. All right, I'll answer these last three from Isa. Was there a period of time where the faction leaders were all book characters before the loop started, or was all Cthalia lore prior to the loops planted in their memories by Carne? How much of what they remember actually happened? It is all planted. It is all planted memories from Carne. Were there any major events, battles, or plot points that happened in Cthalia prior to Alice's arrival, other than the obvious of Gretel rising to power? Anything that happened prior to Alice's arrival, I feel like some things would have happened the same, but I don't have a solid answer to that. Sorry, I'm in lightning round mode. How did Shinran and Hugo's relationship develop over time? When did they start developing feelings for each other, and what attracted them to the other? It was very much a fell first versus fell harder. Shinran, at least how he remembers it, he fell first. Developed the feelings for Hugo within 6 months. Hugo, it took a while. What attracted them to each other? Hugo, even though Shinran was chaotic and impulsive, he saw that, he saw the careful and calculative side of Shinran, and at the time he was like, oh, he may be impulsive, but he'll make a formidable ally because of his abilities and his quick wit and all those things that do make Shinran a good leader. Whereas Shinran very much appreciated they got into a lot of fights, but at the end of the day they kind of both have appreciation for their differences. Shin brings the chaos and unpredictability to Hugo's mundane, and Hugo brings the mundane to Shin's chaos and unpredictability. But yeah, sorry I can't answer that question in much more detail. But if you, I'd love to yap about them more after the stream. But for now, we need to move on because I forgot I had this slide to Chapter 5, or 6. What is next for Cthalia? And I actually need to do a quick ping in the Discord for this, because if anybody wants to join and see things, now is the time. So, Cthalian, about to go over what's next, what's coming next on the stream. If there's any point to join, it's now. Okay. So, yeah, we'll be taking a first look at one more thing that is in the works for the Cthalia world. Because we're not done yet. So first of all, no, there will not be a Cthalia 2. I'm not doing another full-length novel. There will not be a, Cthalia Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Like, it's not going to be anything that major. But there is something coming. Cthalia Tales from the Looking Glass is coming next. Looking Glass will be a short story collection that takes place after the events of the main novel. The stories will be focused around the 5 former authors, so Alice, Louise, Greta, Shin, and Hugh, and how each of them grapple with the various repercussions of their time in the book. Consider Looking Glass to be an extended epilogue to the main novel. So, it's like an extra short story collection. I'm so happy to see everyone getting excited in chat. That's brilliant titling, thank you. I had to. You know I had to. You know me. Side story spin-offs, yep. Exactly. They will not be, this is not going to be a full-length novel. Again, extended epilogue. The exact age rating and content warnings of Looking Glass are to be determined. You can expect it to be, I imagine it's going to be 16 plus like the main novel. But I can't and won't get into the specific trigger warnings right now, but those will come out before the story collection is released. The release date of Looking Glass has not been decided yet. However, I am aiming to have it released before the end of the year. The original plan was to have it out by September to kind of commemorate 1 year since the main novel releasing. However, life has gotten busy, so the goal has been pushed back to winter 2025. So you can expect it to come out November, December, January, February at the absolute latest. Again, I would have it released sooner, but life's getting busy in an exciting way, and that takes precedence. But it is in the works, I promise. You can expect full reference sheets for the authors to come out before Looking Glass does. These references will include pre-book, post-book, and author designs for each character. So sometime before Looking Glass comes out, you will get the author references. You'll get the polished versions of the epilogue or pre-book designs. You'll get their author outfits, and you'll get their post-book or Looking Glass designs. So look forward to those. Those will be coming out sometime this year. And this will be the last story told in the world of Cthalia. There will not be another. This is what I feel is the perfect ending to the world and to the characters, is seeing a glimpse of what it's like after the book and expanding on what we see in the epilogue. So there will not be another story set in Cthalia. Of course there's always the saying of, oh, you never know what life holds, but this is, I do have other projects that I would like to tackle at some point in my life, and I don't want to, I don't want to milk the cow dry, right? I feel like Looking Glass is going to be the perfect ending for the series and the world, and the last official story that needs to be told in this. So, who wants a preview? I'll let stream chat catch up. Who wants a preview of Looking Glass? Yes, me. All right. Change the scene. Yep, you got it. So I need to do. Hold on. I need to switch this to that and do move tab to new window. Yep, okay. Now let's zoom in a little bit so that stream can actually see it. There we go. Pause the music. And then do. Okay. All right. Yeah, sorry about the technical. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Again, this is my first time doing a live stream, so this is all new to me, but I'm learning, and thank you for bearing with me. All right. So this is a preview for one of the stories in Looking Glass. Here we go. You're alone in a place that is dark. The oppressive air of this place makes you feel closed in, yet exposed. No matter which direction you look, all you see is more blackness. In the shadows, you can barely make out the shapes of dark, wooden pillars stretching towards an invisible sky. You can't see anyone else in the gloom around you, yet somehow, you feel as though you're being watched. You don't know why, but you can feel your heart rate increasing. As fight or flight sets in upon your mind, you struggle, plead, anything to get your body to move, but you can't. Something is holding you in place. Panicked, you look down towards your feet. A thick blanket of mist conceals the ground. You reach down and wave your shaking hands around in an attempt to dissipate it. It's no use. The second you're able to break through, it reforms again. You can't see the ground. Something slithers up your leg. The sensation sends chill rocketing down your spine. Panic blurs your vision. As you force your eyes to refocus, you see wooden tendrils climbing up past your knees. You frantically try and pull yourself from the root's grasp. You try to call for help. Something stops your voice. You suddenly feel yourself start to choke. You cough, desperately trying to dislodge whatever it is in your throat. A disgusting mixture of blood and plants come out. You begin to feel lightheaded. The roots have reached up to your neck. The smell of dirt and flowers assaults your lungs. Your vision is spinning. The wooden pillars surrounding you are closing in. You can feel the ground getting closer. The roots are pulling you down. Suda? A familiar voice tries to breach your ears. Mr. Matsuda! Your vision suddenly contorts, and you inhale a sharp, gasping breath. In a blink, the dark, misty nightmare is gone, and you find yourself standing somewhere different. Your crazed gaze scans the area, trying to make sense of where you are. All around you are colorful flowers. Some are arranged in pots on tables, while others hang from the ceiling in decorative baskets. Shelves containing pots of all shapes and sizes line the walls. The space is cozy, with checkered tile flooring and painted brick walls. Warm rays of sunlight reach through the windows and gently cradle your face. Standing in front of you is an elderly woman. She looks to be in her middle to late 70s, and she stands just a few inches taller than you. She's wearing a comfortable-looking set of clothes with a loose cardigan over her shoulders. Her gray hair is tied up into a bun behind her head, but that's not stopping some stray hairs from falling in front of her time-kissed face. Her concerned eyes are looking at you through a pair of vibrant red glasses. Mr. Matsuda? She asks, and you realize that the voice you heard was hers. Are you all right, dear? You blink and inhale a sharp breath. You know this woman. She's a regular customer here. At your shop. Yes. You know where you are now. Sorry about that, Mrs. Abbott. You apologize with a light chuckle. I'm just a little tired today, I think. You try to put on your best smile and ask, Did you find everything you wanted? Yes, I believe so. She turns her eyes down to a set of matching flower pots in her hands. I'm so lucky you had these in stock. These will be just perfect homes for my new lilacs. Well, better not keep them waiting. You joke half-heartedly. Let me help you check out. You move to step behind the checkout counter and take the pots from Mrs. Abbott. As you're ringing them up one by one, you can feel her eyes on you. She's probably thinking about how strange you looked just a few moments prior, standing still like that and staring into space. You try to ignore it, though, and do your job. You idiot. This is your shop. You can't go making your customers worry. Are you sure you're all right, dear? Mrs. Abbott asks, and your shoulders go tense. You were hoping she wouldn't press the subject further so that you could just forget it and move on. Now you really have to face the embarrassment that comes with making a fool of yourself. A forced smile pulls at your lips again, and you look up from the register. I'm all right, Mrs. Abbott, really. You speak quickly. Have you been getting enough sleep? She insists. Worry is clearly expressed on her face. You always seem to look so tired when I come by this shop. I've been growing lavender as a sleep aid. If you'd like, I could bring some on my next visit. Oh, she's really worried about you. It shouldn't come as a surprise. Mrs. Abbott has always been kind to you. That being said, you can't help but kick yourself for ever giving her a reason to worry. I appreciate it, I do, but I think I'm good. You answer politely as you pull a paper bag out from under the counter. You gently stack the set of pots inside and pass her the bag across the counter. Thanks as ever for stopping by, Mrs. Abbott. She takes the bag in her hands and lets out a small sigh. All right, then. You just take care of yourself, dearie. And tell that bookseller, Mr. Turner, I say hello. The bell above your shop's door lets out a light chime as Mrs. Abbott walks out into the cool spring air, and you give her a wave as she leaves. Once she's out of sight from the windows, you place your hands upon the till counter, attempting to ground yourself. You inhale deeply, and the scent of flowers surrounding you dances through your nostrils. You exhale, and the distant sound of birdsong fills your ears. I'm in my shop, you mutter to yourself. You nod, as if to hammer it into your mind. Okay. You can't shake that vision from earlier, though. That's no good. You need to forget about it. You decide to retreat into the back of the shop, back to where the employee bathroom is. As you enter the room, you don't bother shutting the door, and approach the small sink. You turn the tap on, allowing clear water to flow into the basin. Closing your eyes, you lean down and splash some water onto your face. The chill feels nice. It certainly helped to clear some of the brain fog you were feeling. Better do it a few more times for good measure. Once you've had your fill of dousing cold water all over your face, you turn the sink off. You reach for the little towel rack and begin to dry yourself off. Can't go greeting customers looking like a sopping cat. All right, that helped, you think. You put the towel back on its rack and look into the mirror. You see a face staring back at you. It looks like your face, but you can't be certain. And that's the preview. Let me read chat. What do we think? Let me turn the music back on. Get this lighthearted vibe back. Close that and let's switch back to that. Glad you guys liked it. So that was one scene from one of the stories in Looking Glass. Love the use of second person for that. Thank you. Writing in second person is a struggle, but it's fun. Glad to hear you're excited. Yay! I'm going to keep going while chat catches up. So what will happen to the Discord server? This is a question that's been asked a fair bit. The Cthalia Discord will remain open at least until Looking Glass is out. I will continue to post updates in there and on the Tumblr blog as I work on Looking Glass. Again, if you are not in the Discord and would like to join, there is a link in the description that should still be working for you to use, but there will also be updates on the Tumblr. And major updates will be posted to Toy House too. Looking Glass will be posted on Toy House, along with same as the main novel. So completely free to read, no login required. The first person was very surprising, but I really like it, especially since we don't really hear from Shin's internal dialogue. Yeah. And I really want to, something with Looking Glass too, is you're going to see me experiment with different perspectives and different writing styles. Because I want each of the short stories to feel different. And I want to kind of show that in the writing. But yeah, Discord server is going to stay open. I'm, fully expecting activity to dwindle for a while I work, but it will stay open. You're still free to join. And it will be one of the main places for updates for Looking Glass. Tumblr is a little bit more difficult to post updates on, and guarantee that people will see them. But so if you really want those updates the second they come out, Discord's replaced because the pings will just immediately send a notification to your phone or device, whatever. And also, the Cthalia cast is going to be up on Artfight this year. For those of you who do not know what Artfight is an annual art trading game hosted on artfight.net. I have participated for the past 5 years. This will be my 6th and final year participating in Artfight. So the full Cthalia cast will be up. All of that includes the side characters, so Belle, Jules, Merlin. I'm debating about the soldiers in the notebook, but you'll at least have Belle, Jules, and Merlin. Finale designs will be available under each main cast member's page, so if you want to draw the finale designs, those will be there. This also includes Alice's infiltration outfit. All main designs will be put on those pages. The authors will not be posted, so Shinji, Greta, Hugh, they will not be up, because I feel like those are two major of story spoilers. But if you want to include them in an attack, and you've read the story and you know them, right, you are welcome to tag them under their respective characters. So if you want to draw a piece with Shinji, you can just tag him as Shinrin. Like, you're completely welcome to do so. Again, the designs for the authors will not be put up on Artfight, but they are in the Discord, and I'll probably put them up on Tumblr eventually. So if you would like to draw them, you can just tag them under their characters. Yes, I will not be doing Artfight again after this year. This will be my final year. I am planning to go out with a bang, so come at me. I will fight you. And yeah, I wanted to. This was a major reason why I wanted to, one of my goals for Cthalia's release was to have it done before July, so that, for Artfight, you guys could come and smack me, and I will smack you back. Yeah. And yes, the to respond to what you said, Avery, Shin's thing is second person, not first person, which is very rarely seen in writing outside of RPG games, but I wanted to do it. And that's all I have for you. Thank you everyone for showing up to the stream. I really appreciate it. I'll give chat a second to catch up, but if you have any final thoughts, feel free to drop them. I am so insanely grateful to everyone who has supported this project. To everyone who, not only the people who have been there since like the day I adopted Alice, but also the people who have like joined recently. I appreciate all of you guys so much, and you are one of the reasons why I do what I do. So thank you so much. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm gonna change the scene back to the slideshow while we finish up. It's been a crazy ride, but I'm really happy with what I was able to accomplish, and I hope that you'll look forward to what's still coming. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. Before we leave, what was everyone's favorite segment? I'll give about 5 minutes before I hop off. And yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, the slideshow that's playing is all of the official art that I've made for Cthalia. From the cover to the Wonderland countdown to some doodles just as thank yous. Yeah, it's all there. And if you want to support me and support the story, the best way to do that is to just continue spreading the word. Like word of mouth even after a project ends, especially after a project ends, is really impactful. So, if you know anybody who might like the story, tell them, spread the word. If you want to join the Discord, that's a really good place to talk to me directly. I am chronically online. I'm on Discord constantly. So, yeah. My Tumblr and my Blue Sky are written in the little sign underneath the slideshow, but the official Cthalia Tumblr is linked in the description. I'm glad you guys liked behind the scenes. I'm glad you liked Kahoot. Q&A. I'm happy to hear it was enjoyed. Super hyped. Love your work. Thank you, Duck. It's very apparent how much love and work you put into the story. I'm really happy I got to be here for the whole process. Oh. Well, I'm not very good with goodbyes, so I'm just gonna consider the ending the stream to be a see you later. I'll see you when I see ya. Yeah. I don't really have a scene to. I guess I'll put it back to my. You know what? I'll put it to the be right back. That's a good ending screen to end on, and that'll let me know when we're all caught up. Oh, thank you, Avery. Thank you, everyone who showed up. I'm just gonna let the stream catch up. Bye, guys. And also support Stream Cafe. They did all the music. Links to them in the description. Check them out. Bye bye.